for a whole bunch of reasons. One is we've all had a difficult year and a half, and this is a wonderful chance to finally be together with people that share our interests and are part of our community and speak our language. So I am thrilled to be here, and I'm thrilled that you guys are here. So thank you all so much. We're here in person at the Northern Virginia Community College Ernst Center. We're also online. Thank you everybody who's joining us on YouTube and live streaming. The recordings will be available at some point after the fact. It's going to take us a little while to get all the videos up and out, but the presentations should be available online. We have a fantastic group of presentations today. These are all Grammy Award winning, highly nominated. They're going to win. They're all going to take the gold. It's just a knockout A-list today. We're going to start with a presentation that Mike Imany has kindly organized for us of clubs. Vienna Wireless is your host. We're a fantastic club. We're not the only club, and we always look forward to opportunities to learn from other clubs. This is everybody's chance to figure out what other clubs are doing, how we can help them, and how we can learn from them. So I'm thrilled to introduce Mike Imany. He's a highly successful executive, a small business owner, a wonderful mentor, and a pillar of Vienna Wireless Society. So Mike, I'm going to turn it over to you and your panel. Sir, if you'd care to ascend to the stage, we'd love to have you. And while they're getting organized, just housekeeping. In the unlikely event we need to make a quick egress, there are doors back there to the left. There are doors over here on that side of the stage. And of course, there are stairs and elevators there. The facilities are right behind me.
Thanks, Don, and good morning, everybody. So the first session this morning is going to be called the Ham Radio Club Experience. And what we'd like to do as officers and
lost your sound. What happened?
$5,000 of that, roughly 10,000 active hams are in of that roughly 10,000 amateur radio operators in the Commonwealth. Any idea? Yes? About 3,000. So 25,000 licensed hams, about half of them are probably active. That's a number, that's a guess. We know for a fact that about 5,000 hams in the Commonwealth are signed up with ARRL. And we know pretty well what our club membership, club by club by club. And when you add them up, those 65 ARRL affiliated clubs within the Commonwealth represent about 3,000. How many new hams do you think we get in a month? Or better yet, how many new hams do you think get licensed in the Commonwealth in a given year? And we have two folks taking a license exam and about one person taking the license exam in about an hour. So how many new ham radio operators do you think we mint in the Commonwealth in a year? Any guess? Well, I'll tell you, it's about 50 a month. Wow. So we're generating 5,000, almost 6,000 new hams a year. How many of those new hams do you think ever get on the air?
100.
How many of those new hams do you think get on the air? Is it the role of the club to help these individuals who become ham radio operators to become, in fact, active ham radio operators, to learn their skill and the like? That's what we're going to be talking about today. So I'm going to start out by introducing, or actually asking the group to introduce themselves and just kind of get a flavor for who they are. Gary, if you don't mind introducing yourself and then passing it over to the Dean.
Hi, I'm Gary Sessoms, KC5QCN, been licensed as an amateur radio operator for over 25 years. Throughout my travels around the United States, I've lived in many different states and been a member of different amateur radio clubs. Some of them have been landed clubs, meaning they own their own land and clubhouse. And then as majority of radio clubs are not landed, they meet in public facilities, firehouses, restaurants, public libraries and stuff. So whatever your club, landed or non-landed, as a new ham, I think it's beneficial to join a club to learn the art and skill of amateur radio and to try to make friends and learn as much as you can.
Hi, I'm Wayne Reich. I've first got up, my call sign is N4HCR. That's November 4 Hotel Charlie Romeo. I got my license in 1962, and I've been doing ham radio ever since. I'm one of those people who skews the numbers that we were told earlier because I belong to more than one club. I'm here today as vice president of the Lynchburg Amateur Radio Club, but I also belong to the Old Virginia Hams in Manassas and the Northern Virginia FM Association. So I get to spread my activities around and donate to lots of people with repeaters. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm an extra class ham radio operator, and I've been actively involved with helping new hams get on the air. In fact, I'm working now with a new ham that I'm mentoring, and I was hoping that she'd be here so I could introduce her, but she's not. She's somewhere downstairs probably buying stuff that she probably needs.
Hopefully.
So yeah, hopefully. So yeah, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been actively involved in keeping new hams on the air to the extent that it goes around. My wife is a ham radio operator, and my younger daughter is a ham radio operator, and my older daughter did her master's degree on things involving ham radio. So it seems to be a family thing. Here you go.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Dean, KK4DAS. I'm the president of Vienna Wireless Society. So on behalf of Vienna Wireless Society, thank you for coming out. And, for those who are not online, get downstairs and check out our vendors and check out the tailgate. Really nice to be back here in person. I am the opposite end of the spectrum. I was licensed in 2018. Although I am from a ham radio family, my dad was licensed back in the late 50s and remained licensed for over 60 years until he passed away. And he always encouraged me, and I always was hanging out with him. I got to ride in the car in the early days when he had the very first, radio, telephone, auto patch in his car. In fact, he was the control operator for the Los Angeles Simplex auto patch, very first one up in on Mount Wilson up above Los Angeles. So I grew up around ham radio. My brother's a ham radio operator, electrical engineer. I'm a software engineer by background. I couldn't pass the code test when I was 13 because I didn't have the time or patience. And then life got in the way, like it does for so many of us. And later in my dad's life, I decided I wanted to get licensed so I could work the hobby with him. So I did. And that's how I get going. Of course, my brother's been a good Elmer. And as soon as I got licensed, I started looking online for, other hams, trying to figure out, well, where do I find them? And I found the Vienna Wireless Society because it has an active website, has an active YouTube channel, lots of program content that was interesting to me. And we have tried to continue to do that all throughout the pandemic. So we didn't miss a meeting. We went immediately from in-person meetings to Zoom meetings, a little bit of stumbling at the start. And kind of the tech that you see here evolved over the course of the last year. And in fact, we went back to what we call hybrid meetings here about a month ago, where we started having both online and Zoom meetings. And our club has remained active. We're continuing to grow. We have 330 members as of now, and we sign up new members kind of every week. And I think people come to the club because we're active, because we have programs, because we do things like the Winterfest, and we have a big field day presence. We have operating events. We have a makers group. We'll get into a little bit more of that later, but I think those are the things that attract people to the club and keep them coming back. So over to you, Mike.
Thank you. And so we have two of our club officers up on the Zoom site. So Bob, are you available from the tech?
Yeah, I'm here. This is Bob Zabot, K4NTO. I'm current president of the Virginia Beach ARC. I'm also secretary treasurer of the Virginia DX Century Club, which is exclusively a DX organization. And I'm also the web manager of the Potomac Valley Radio Club. We have been holding live meetings since last fall, and we have been in a hybrid mode, which has worked pretty good. It's been able to give some extension to people that normally don't make meetings. As far as the new people go, we host a testing session every month, the second Tuesday of every month at Virginia Beach Fire Training Center. So that has been able to get a lot of people tested. In fact, we've had people come down from Washington, from Greensboro, from Raleigh, and our area in Richmond just to get their test because they know that we are holding the test. As far as new people go, we try to get them active in the meetings. In fact, a lot of our meetings have been with new people. We also hold what's called a QRP Saturday so that the new people come out and get a little bit of a handle of what you can do and not do with a ham radio system. So the whole idea is getting them involved in our public service events, getting them involved in our special stations events that we have, taking them to our club station that we have at a rescue squad. But that's what we've learned. The idea is getting these guys and gals involved as soon as they get their license so that they will stay involved. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you much. Thank you much, Bob. So, so both Wayne and Gary, let's just cycle back to you for a minute. So you've heard a little bit of a pitch from Dean and Bob with regards to some activities for the new hams. Did you hear something that you're doing that was not on that list already?
Well, the Arlington Amateur Radio Club, which I'm the president of, and the Pentagon Amateur Radio Club, we haven't missed a beat in the last 2 years with the pandemic. As many of the other clubs have done, we've had hybrid meetings. So we meet in the back of a local restaurant. We have cold frosty beverages and burgers. And the ones that are able to attend in person, they come out and join us live in person. The other people have been joining us via Zoom. But in addition to our monthly club meeting, we do a variety of activities listed on our club website. So we hold our monthly club breakfast on Saturdays for those that are unable to join us during the meeting weeks. And also we do in the spring and summer, we do Day in the Park. So we go out to a local park and we sort of set up and operate and try to mentor new amateur radio operators on how to set up their radios and program the radios and stuff like that. So it's like a mini field day throughout the spring and summer months, weather permitting out there. So that brings a lot of amateur radio operators out to learn how to operate their equipment.
And at the Lynchburg Club, we're a fairly small club because Lynchburg is in a fairly small area. We don't have most of our members are former communications engineers at GE, and some are now with the electrical engineering department at Liberty University. But we see a lot of new members coming in who are mostly college students, who are people taking double E courses or who are taking one of the other science and engineering courses operated at the, or offered at the various universities or schools in the Lynchburg area. Plus, we sometimes see some other new people, but most of the people we see are students. So they're getting their, I guess, their technical training in school, where they're learning how to be engineers. We help them with the ham radio part of it. How do you operate? How do you meet the federal requirements? How do you stay within the law? What do you talk about, and things like that. So most of our work is doing mentoring with individuals who, when they come in and see us and join us. We do a number of events throughout the community which draws interest. Things like providing communications for races, providing communications for other types of group events. We do a lot of outreach that way, because we'll always get people who are interested in ham radio showing up. Plus, of course, we have field day every year, which always gets a lot of publicity in the local paper. And as a result, we'll get people showing up to see what we're doing. And we use that as a way to teach people about ham radio and then get people involved with it. So it's the old Elmer approach as a one-on-one basis for most of the time. We used to teach classes in ham radio. We don't do that anymore because everybody just goes to the internet for the information, but we do have tests once a month. I also belong to a couple of other clubs where the things are more formalized, but I'm here representing Lynchburg. That's what we do there.
So our last panelist is Mike Walters from the League, coming out of Connecticut. He also is a member of a club, and he's going to speak from that point of view. But Mike, welcome. And you might share some of the ideas you've heard from around the country that other clubs are doing to, if you will, share the experience that you've not heard already among the panelists here. So Mike, over to you.
Morning, everyone. This is Mike Walters, W8ZY. I'm the field services manager for ARRL. And that means that I have two interesting groups to work with. One is the section managers, and the other is clubs across the country. My job has been referred to as I herd cats for a living. So that's where I spend most of my day. Clubs are the backbone and an essential part of amateur radio in the United States and really around the world. So the League has really doubled down on all of its efforts to support clubs. And we've got some new programs coming up, things that you guys are seeing already, things like the Club News newsletter. We have the big thing that I'm belly button deep in nowadays is the new club grants program. And one of the things that many clubs across the country tell us that they need is resources. And the primary resource that most of them have, they have challenges with, is money. So we're building the new club grants program. So you can look for that, targeted to start at the end of April. So keep that in mind. A lot of the larger clubs tell us, oh, we're not so worried. We have a pretty healthy budget. But then we have a lot of clubs around the country that have 15 or 20 or 30 or 50 members, and budget for them is an extreme challenge. And they don't really have the kinds of resources to do the programs that they want to do. And a lot of them revolve around mentoring. And mentoring is something that we're pushing very, very hard at the League. If you read Club Newsletter, the last issue that just came out, there are 2 new positions that we're creating. These are, of course, highly paid volunteer positions, as most of them are. And one of them is called a club mentor. And the idea is, through the grant program, working with a mentor to take a club that may be having challenges, may be struggling, maybe some clubs are even on life support, and putting them together with a financial grant of some sort to help them sustain the club itself, and putting them with a mentor, someone who can help them advise on programs and help them work with programs that can help that club build a strong backbone in what they need. So lots of things going on from the league. What I'm seeing across the country, the big thing, again, relates back to mentoring new hams, getting people interested in programs. And someone just said the reason that folks keep coming back is because you do things. That's the real deal. If you have a club that meets once a month and your entire club meeting is, okay, here's the treasurer's report, the secretary's report, we're getting ready for field day and we'll see you next month, you're going to lose a lot of people. You have to have something that holds people's interest, whether it's a build night or whether it's a program, whether it's a public service event or a race or anything like that. You guys notice that I have an 8 call sign. Now, most of you guys, or you guys are all in Virginia. I'm originally from Southern West Virginia. And about 30 years ago, there was a 100-mile bicycle race based out of Blacksburg, Virginia, out of Virginia Tech. And it went through 4 different counties in Blacksburg. And back in those days, nobody had a radio system other than the state police that could cover an area like that. And the guys doing the race went to the state police and said, you know, we want to be able, and the state police said, no, we're not going to use our radio system. You need to talk to the hams. And somehow they got in touch with our group in Bluefield, West Virginia. And we went down and did this race for them. And they were amazed that actually someone could follow the race, cover the whole 100 miles. I think we used 2 or 3 different repeaters at the time, and was able to communicate with them. So there are opportunities out there. You just have to kind of look for them. And the club is the first place that many new hams will see this is what ham radio is all about. So we need to have clubs that are going to help them get started, help them continue to grow. Not only move up from tech to general to extra, but also learn about, you know, how do you make FT8 work? How do you make, you know, how do I work a contest? You know, what is a sprint? Everybody keeps talking about, oh, this weekend's a sprint. What exactly does that mean? Find somebody that can help you do that. So, Mike, there's lots of ideas and lots of programs, and I'm tickled to death to be here this morning. On a Sunday morning, no less.
Indeed it is. And thank you, Mike. We're going to deviate a little bit here because a couple of things come out of the conversation that I'd like to pull the string on a little bit. So throw your little cheat sheets away because I'm going to take my prerogative as the moderator. So the focus here has been a lot about new hams and new hams to be. And I know I had the opportunity last weekend to participate in the Virginia QSO party. And we brought in a group of whole new hams that they've never been on the air before. And they were kind of amazed at, you know, how do you do this when all of a sudden 10 or 12 people are in a pileup screaming at you that they want to talk to you? How do you handle a pileup and things like that? I get it with the new hams. But I'm kind of what I call a rusty ham. I went on a sabbatical for 4 years. I got my license at age 12. I was pretty active through my college club. Then I went into the military and frankly, never had the opportunity because of the career field I was in to play radio. Do you have, Wayne, and we'll just keep this to Wayne and Gary, and then others can chime in later. Do you have any focus on what I call those rusty hams? Those guys who are generals and haven't been on the air for 40 years, and they aren't new hams, but they sort of are.
So our club, as mentioned earlier, we in addition to our monthly club meeting where we have guest speakers, mostly live, we do, because of Zoom and the technology, it makes it easier to get guest speakers from around the United States to Zoom in and give an interesting topic via Zoom. So in addition to doing that, I mentioned that we do our day in the park, but throughout the year, we also do the various amateur radio contest. And you mentioned the QSO party last weekend. We also do a jamboree on the air with the Boy Scouts. We participate in the Armed Forces Day crossband test. So a lot of the times we have operating events that we get the new amateur radio operators out and mentor them in amateur radio operation. But you mentioned about how to reinvigorate the longtime club members that may have gotten involved with other activities in life. But by having hands-on activities and having interesting guest speakers on some of the newer technology and amateur radio that the older hams may not be familiar with, we kind of use that to draw them back to being active members.
At the Lynchburg Club, we have a fair number of people who we come in contact with who are hams who are not active. We don't specifically have a program for bringing them in, but we do encourage them to be part of the club, to come visit club meetings, listen to speakers. It's been, of course, sort of strange trying to do that for the last couple of years because of the pandemic. But we've always had our club meetings on Zoom when we couldn't do them in person. And now we're coming back to what everybody calls hybrid meetings, where we're having both Zoom and in-person meetings. But having a hybrid meeting with Zoom makes it really easy to invite somebody in, because all they got to do is click on a link and they can watch the event from wherever they are, which does help get people back interested in the ham radio. And when they do come to our events in person, we try to bring them in, show them what we're doing. I've done a fair amount of, in some of the various clubs I'm in, I've done a fair amount of mentoring on some of the new digital technologies, like things like FT8. In fact, I worked with one of our members who's been a member for a while, but hadn't been active for a long time and got interested in FT8, and went through with him on how to get online, how to look for people to talk to, how to go about doing it. And all of a sudden I got this email, it works, it works. Where now he is having a wonderful time doing FT8. I think using these new technologies and new methods of communication in ham radio helps get some interest into the hobby from people who might have gotten either tired of doing CW, or tired of talking on single sideband, or tired of doing the weekly FM nets, wanted something more interesting. And I think this helps get them involved in it. Just try throwing the microphone.
So again, kind of the same routine. Dean, Bob, and Mike, any thoughts with regards to the subject of these rusty hams aren't new hams? They don't want to be called a new ham, yet they may have dropped out of hobby way before some of these new, like for me, sideband was a new experience to me. So any thoughts, Dean, and then Bob, and then Mike? Don't need to add anything because I want to move to the next question, but I want to leave you off.
Cool. So one of the things that our club has done is we allow lots of activities to grow organically. So there are things that you can do in our club virtually every day of the week, or at least every night of the week. Monday night, we have our 2-meter net, followed by one of our members started what he calls the Weird and Wacky Digital Modes net. And that's a combined, Don did that, and for UDX. And that's a net that very informal. And all the weird different digital modes. Nice. More technically oriented ham. We started a make group, which we'll hear about a little bit later today. So we're building things, and some of the older guys with their EE degrees who haven't used them in years find they're dusting them off and learning to do that sort of thing. And I think the answer is probably the same for new hams, for rusty hams, and for the journeyman hams. Keep programs active and interesting, and people keep coming back.
Bob, did you hear anything that you didn't hear, something that you'd like to add?
Well, the amazing thing, we do have that problem in this area. Virginia Beach has about 900 registered ham radio operators when we run the list. We have about 150 in our club. We know that there's about 250 to 300 actually active on the air. And by on the air, I mean everything from, we have a lot of people that are involved in public service or public service events, which runs every month, to people that are on the DX side, to people that are on the contesting side that don't show up for meetings and all, but they stay as members. So yeah, it's a challenge to get the older ham or the rusty ham, let's say, back into the fold. A biggest problem with us is, of course, and I'm going to say all clubs, the more senior people are definitely not as active as they were in the past. You know, that's just an issue. So we're relying pretty heavily on all the new hams that we bring in and the ones that are willing to mentor these guys and gals to move us along. Back to you, Mike.
And Mike, anything you want to add to this conversation? Is there this group out there like me that are rusty, i.e. they came into the hobby after being out of it for a while? And can the clubs offer an experience to the rusty ham?
I want to relate this to a program that my wife actually built a few years ago. My wife is a nurse and she's an administrator and a trainer for hospitals. And they were having, at that point, and this was pre-COVID, they were having a lot of nurses who were, for whatever reason, they had gotten their license, they had gotten started, they may have practiced for a while and then gone off and for whatever reason had children, gotten married, you know, whatever. And they had been out of nursing for a while. And now they were coming back. And my wife created this thing she called the Nurse Refresher Program. And it basically was to bring these nurses up to the current technology. We need to do something like that for the hams who have been around for a while. And even though they may have been active and they've been kind of limited to just 2 meters, or they've been just sitting at home with an HT and you know, talking on the local repeaters, or they've been completely out of the hobby. The idea of bringing those guys back in as, like you said, rusty hams, and let's introduce them to some of the new technology. Not everybody's going to jump on FT8. I'll be the first to say FT8 is amazing, but to me, it's like watching the grass grow. So not everybody jumps on that. But there are other things. We have a gentleman at the league, one of our volunteers, who just discovered contesting. He's 62 years old and he wants to work every contest every weekend. So no matter what those new hair, those rusty hams want to get into, we need to have something that will help them, mentor them, get them started, whether it's an organized program just to introduce them to newer stuff, or whether it's hooking them up with a mentor to help them get started. So I think it's a great idea.
Well, I'd like to shift gears here a little bit. We've got about 10 minutes left before we need to relinquish the mic. We have some folks on the on both the YouTube as well as on the Zoom meeting. So I'm going to throw this open to the group at large. And the question I'm going to ask you all is, what is the club experience that excites you most? Yes, ma'am. I just realized the folks out in the field can't hear. So let's start all over again, but thank you so very much. That was eloquent.
Hi, I'm Casey0EWN. Queen Rash is my Elmer. I'm one of the rusty hams. I got my license over 25 years ago. And while I was away going to graduate school and doing starting adult life things, the field went digital and I have no clue what I'm doing. So for the community, it's having Elmers that have stuck with it, that give you a lot of hand holding for no matter how dumb the question is. And what brought me back was the community service, like for the community at large, like working the Christmas parade, doing field days and helping the Boy Scouts, and taking our knowledge and applying it in a bigger and greater way. So again, I would love to hear and see more programs for the Rusty Hams coming back.
Super,
And
thank you.
thank you.
And oh, by the way, digital is more than FT8. I just put that out there. There are people that still use PSK 31, honestly. They are out there. Not many, but they're there. Okay, other thoughts from the room, and then I'm going to ask both Don and Jacek to see if anything's coming in on the YouTube or the Zoom link with regards to questions. But any other questions in the room or comments with what you've heard this morning? Yes, please. And let's get the mic over. Yeah, we have time. We don't want to break a leg here.
Good morning. My name is Rob, amateur call AE3B. Question for this club, any club. I have two clubs in Central Maryland that I'm a member of. In both cases, neither of them really have facilities. They own some property, they carry some risk, but for the most part, they're using somebody else's place. A place that's only available a certain time of the week, once a month, sometimes twice a month. Do you have similar challenges at other clubs? And how does that impact? I know in our case, it comes down to, oh, let's do a presentation on YouTube. That's about where we are at this point.
Right.
And of course, COVID just completely undercut so many club activities for the last couple of years.
So was this a question more about the physical facilities that you meet in?
Yeah, how do you work that? How does that work out? So,
Okay, well, let Dean go first and then Gary go second. Gary has a unique situation. He has a secure building that he can meet in. You need to wait. Yeah.
Is it here? Okay, here we go. Good, yeah. So the Vienna Wireless Society does not have a facility. We have 330 members, registered members. We have 2 meetings a month at the local community center. So in and out, we bring the gear with us. We also do it on Zoom, but we also have a lot of activities that don't require physical presence. So the nets, we have a Monday night 2-meter net. We have a Tuesday night digital net. We have a Wednesday night CW online class on Zoom. We have a Thursday night 10-meter net. So we have opportunities for our members every night of the week, and none of them require a physical presence anywhere.
And Tuesday, I balk.
And we have a Tuesday lunch. Tuesday, I balk you so lunch.
So as amateur radio operators, we're all social animals and we'd like to get together, and hams love to eat. So for our club, the Arlington Amateur Radio Club, even throughout the pandemic, we have been meeting live and in person. And because we don't have a permanent place to meet, we meet in the back of a local restaurant. And that way, again, we can have a cold frosty beverage and something to eat while we're discussing amateur radio, listening to our amateur radio guest speaker, or doing a hands-on show and tell event. Also doing the monthly club breakfast and the field day in the park, or day in the park, which is a mini type field day. It gives an opportunity to be social and to mentor new hams and do hands-on stuff. So in our day in the park, we're taking speaker wire, making wire antennas, showing new hams how to do WinLink, interfacing the computer to the radio to send email, how to different and a coupling. And we use that on the wire antennas to show us stuff. Getting together in person, I mean, Zoom is great. And for us, it's been a great opportunity to bring in guest speakers on technical topics from around the United States. But there's nothing better than having live in person.
We call it calories per QSO.
do that math for a minute or two. So Mike, I know you're showing up on the screen, but I'm going to reserve you to the last. Bob, any closing comments on your side of the house you'd like to have from down in the Tidewater area?
Yeah, well, there's two things. We're in the same boat as Arlington. We meet at a local church. We've been meeting at the same place for years and years and years. During COVID, it did become a problem because the church shut down and we were not allowed to meet. So that's when we went straight to Zoom meetings until they allowed us back in. One thing I forgot to mention, though, about some of our club meetings, in fact, it was written up in QST many years ago. Every once in a while, about 4 times a year, we do a breakout club session where we'll hold the business meeting down to about 5 to 10 minutes. And then we'll break out into like four or five subgroups so that people could go to each subgroup that they want to, such as one group might be on PSK, another group might be on antenna construction, another group might be on basic CW learning, another group might be on public service. So it gives people there an opportunity to go to what they're interested in. And we let the groups meet for about 1 hour, and then we come back together and close up the meeting. But yeah, meeting, we do not have a permanent facility. We are lucky that we do have a permanent shack, though. The rescue squads here depend on us for other things. So one of the rescue squads is giving us space, and we do have 2 stations set up under the W4UG banner. So, but we do have multi-repeaters. We do have nets every night. I mean, there's a lot of activity going on in the area here. And the amazing Hampton Roads, just like Northern Virginia and Richmond area. I mean, every city down here has at least 1 or 2 clubs, and every city has multiple repeaters. I mean, there's a lot of activity down here in general. Back to you.
Okay, told to hold the mic a little closer. So it's just, if you can't hear me, raise your hand. I guess everybody can hear me. We do a number of activities like that to get both rusty hams and new hams involved. In some cases, getting the rusty hams involved is more difficult because they've been on ham radio, they know what it is, but they stopped being on ham radio for some kind of a reason. And in many cases, you have to find out what that reason was and show them that there's other alternatives. But until you find out why they stopped being ham radio operators actively, you need to show them, you need to find out, you need to learn what you can show them. And I found out that some of the new methods of communications, whether it's in some cases just showing them how a repeater works or how a digital mode works, is frequently enough to spark their interest and show that they can really do this stuff. And we find out that both in the Lynchburg Club and we're also doing some of this in the Manassas Club, but mostly it's getting people involved, showing the people who've been hams for a long time, hey, here's something new. It works out pretty well.
Mike Walters from the League, would you wrap us up here with about 3 minutes of your thoughts in closing on the subject of the club experience?
Well, I think of all of the different aspects of my job individually, working with the clubs is probably the most exciting because we have so much potential across the country. And I will tell you, I'm the first one to acknowledge what works here in Connecticut may not work in Virginia, may not work in Texas, may not work in California. But the idea of taking what is the club doing? What kind of event are they running? How can they have a program working with new hams or, like you said, with rusty hams? And Mike, by the way, I'm probably going to steal that phrase for a new program here at the League. So don't be surprised if you see it come out in email. The idea that clubs are the backbone, as I said, of the way everything works in this hobby. We're social animals. We always say that ham radio was the original social network, and I agree with that 100%. We want to see ham radio continue to grow. And I've been a ham for 45 years. When I got into the hobby in the mid 70s, there was a gentleman in the club who had been a ham since 1921 and swore that he had never owned a microphone. And to him, all this sideband stuff and FM stuff was all just, that's not real ham radio. We have to get over that idea. We have to teach, we have to be open-minded, and we have to work with not only the new hams, but the hams that have been around a while, and talk about new programs, new ways of doing things. Have you ever been involved in an ARRS contact? Have you ever tried to work EME? Have you ever tried to work satellites? Are you doing the digital modes? Are you looking at DMR and D-Star and Fusion? Those are new things. And a lot of hams really get into stuff like that when they find out, hey, this is something that works, something I can do, and something that's a little different than sending a text message on my iPhone. So be creative, be willing to take chances. A good friend of mine in business told me that if you don't make any mistakes, you haven't tried anything new. So be willing to get out there, be willing to fail, but also be willing to be successful. And if the league can help, that's what we're here for, guys. Mike, thank you for having me this morning. You've got a great program going down there.
Well, let's do a round of applause for all of the panelists today. And with that, good luck on taking your exam. If you don't know the answer, try C. And with that, Don, wherever you are, back to you.
Walter, I'll have to talk to you sometime.
Thank you, Mike, for giving us an appreciation that as club supporters, we're not alone, that the challenges we face are common challenges, and we all have an opportunity to learn from each other. So thank you so much for giving us that opportunity to learn and to share. We're going to go on a break for 10 minutes, but I want you to come back because there's a lot going on at ARRL, and in 10 minutes, you're going to find that out. There's a bunch of new leadership, bunch of new focus, and at 10 o'clock is your opportunity to find out what are they doing for you and what can you do for them. So come back and join us in about 10 minutes at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Hey, Mike Walters, Bob Zabot.
Yes, sir.
Where are you from in Bluefield? That's where I'm originally from.
Actually, I was born in McDowell County. I was born in Welch.
Me too.
Yep.
Yeah, I was born in Welch, lived in Keystone a little bit, and then moved to Bluefield before we moved down to this area.
My brother-in-law was the head of the GTE office in Welch for years, Leonard Nestor. And my sister was the postmaster in Keystone, and they're in Ekman for years and in Keystone.
Huh.
So, yeah, I grew up over on the other side of the mountain over in Gary, and then moved up to Princeton and worked in Bluefield in radio stations. I worked at Channel 6 in Bluefield and worked at a couple of the radio stations there in Princeton and Bluefield. And
Yeah. Just
yep.
Yeah, I moved from that area when I was 12 years old. So we went to Bluefield, I guess it was junior high school at the time, middle school, 6th grade when we moved down here. But yeah, I was, it's been a long time since I've been up that area. We're going to be up there this summer for a brief stay. So oh, I think we've been disconnected.
It's pretty country up there, but honestly, other than nowadays, you know, a little bit of tourism, there's not a whole lot going on up there.
Oh, I agree. I agree. How long are you up in Connecticut?
Yeah, I've been here for 18 years.
Okay.
Moved here from Texas, by the way. So,
Wow.
yep.
Well, let me ask you, Chris, do you want to be on the distribution of newsletters from clubs?
Absolutely. We actually have an email address at the league, clubs@ARRL.org. And we're always happy to see club newsletters because I'm always looking for stuff to put in that club newsletter.
Okay, I'll make sure that you're added to our mailing list.
Yeah, we get a whole lot of, we had a spaghetti dinner and we had a ham fest and I get a picture of 6 guys sitting around a table, and it's kind of hard for me to do much with that. But every now and then I get an article or a story about, a race or the last club news. There was an article about the club in South Carolina doing comms for the road rally through the basically through the woods down there, and that was a pretty good article. So always looking for stuff like that.
Yeah, I'll make sure you're on our list because we just started our PR season with our first marathon 2 weeks ago. Then next month we got a 100-mile bicycle race from Virginia through North Carolina. Then we have a parade that we run. Then we have a 150-mile bicycle race from Williamsburg, Virginia to Richmond and back. So each month from now on, we're doing something. And we're also tied into what's called the Military Air Museum here, which has got antique airplanes. Every time they have their special events, which are like 5 times a year, they now want us there. So we've got a station there that we run as a special event. So maybe we can get you a write-up from that and a picture of a P-40 Mustang in flight or something.
We're also starting a new article, a new feature in QST, where each month we're going to spotlight a club and talk about, looking for clubs that are doing things and having programs like that. So
Okay.
yeah, keep me in mind. We'll be more than happy to work with you.
John, sounds good. All right.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick around for this 10 o'clock presentation. And they said there's new stuff going on at the league. I want to hear what's going on.
Yeah, you're one of the last to learn, right? Being right there.
We're in the middle of a big software update this weekend. And a lot of people think it's just the website is being updated, but it is, our entire backbone software system is in flux right now. So
Yeah, I read that y'all are going to come out with a new website and everything.
well, I don't know how much of it's going to be new. We'll see what it looks like when they put it all back up. So
Yeah. All right. Well, nice talk to you, and I'll add you to our mailing list.
thank you, sir. Anything you need, give me a holler.
Okay.
Hello, hello. Am I coming through?
I hear you just fine, Jim.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
When you said you were going to be attending, I didn't know if it was going to be Zoom or in person. So I see that it's Zoom.
Yeah, I'm sitting here in my office in Connecticut at my house, and we were doing the clubs forum a few minutes ago. So
Excellent.
I thought I'd hang around and see what was changing at the league.
You're funny.
Thank you all so much. I am really excited by the next session. As you know, we are supported by our chief lobbyist and industry supporter, publisher, supporter of clubs, philanthropic organization. I'm just thrilled to have ARRL up on the table. And in fact, they're the reason why we are all here. This is our opportunity to share with them and for them to share with us. So it's great. I know that they're going to open up the floor for questions at the end. And if you've got questions on Zoom land, please type them in the chat room. We'll get them organized and get them up here to the presenters. I think that's it for me. I'm very, very much excited to look forward to listen to all you guys. And I'm turning the table over now to Bill Maureen, who's vice, yeah. And online, we've got Dr. Jim Boner, who gave his apologies for not being here in person, but we all know about flights getting canceled. So we're thrilled to have him virtually participate. Bill, it's all yours.
Don, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you here. It's great to have a good crowd here this morning. I am, and Don, I want to thank you. In fact, I very much want to thank all the members of the Vienna Wireless Society for just pulling off a magnificent ham fest. There are in the Roanoke Division, which I represent and consists of 4 states, Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. There are 232 ARRL affiliated clubs. Out of those 232, I can only hold up on one hand those clubs that are truly organized and do a magnificent job, and Vienna Wireless is one of them. I think they deserve a round of applause. All right. My hometown is Wilmington, North Carolina. Don't worry, you only see it once a year when there's a hurricane approaching. It's the only time. Jim Curry is somebody who comes. We never like to see him professionally. I represent the 12,700 ARRL members in the Roanoke Division. Our director is Dr. Jim Boner, N2ZZ, from Aiken, South Carolina. Jim and I try to come to Virginia as often as we can. We were disappointed this year that Frostfest, unfortunately, was canceled. We've been at the Virginia Beach Ham Fest, which has been resuscitated and is back as the Tidewater Ham Fest now. We're here today. Virginia is a very key component of the Roanoke Division, and we're very pleased to have it. A lot of people say, well, first of all, what's a division and what's Roanoke? Well, I don't even know what the Roanoke name means. I know it goes back to when the ARRL board was constituted. All the time I have people come up and see my badge and say, hey, I live in Salem, Virginia. You know, where are you? And like I said, try to explain to them how it works. The ARRL board consists of 15 geographical regions. Each region has a director and a vice director. The difference primarily is that your directors are the ones who vote on policy established by ARRL. But before we get into the meat of things today, I want to introduce some of the ARRL dignitaries who are here today. On the stage with me is Carl Clements, W4CAC, the current interim section manager. As many of you know, former section manager, Dr. Joe Palsa, passed away suddenly. and there was an election underway. Carl very graciously agreed to come and serve as interim section manager until the outcome of the election was determined. And your new incoming section manager, April 1st, is Jack Smith, KE4LWT. I hope you will give them a very warm welcome. Carl, I want to thank you for your strong support as interim section manager. And for those of you who may not know, Carl was the past section manager of Virginia. And Jack, we welcome you. Now, as you heard from Dawn, Dr. Jim Boner, our director, was supposed to be here today. His flight from Augusta, Georgia's airport was canceled at the last minute, and he was unable to come in person. He's joining us virtually, but we are always blessed at ARRL. We have directors in reserve, and we have one today. Visiting us from the Atlantic Division is Tom Abernethy, W3TOM. It's great to have you here, Tom, today. Thank you. Ironically, I live 350 miles away. Dr. Jim lives almost 500 miles away. Tom lives across the river. And those of you who remember former Governor, Alaska Governor Sarah Palin, I can see Russia from my house. Tom can see this college from his house. So, but thank you for crossing the river and joining us, Tom. Appreciate that. I want to spend some time today because it's been 3 years since we've all been together, and just do a quick review of things that are going on both at ARRL and nationally. And so, do we have the Jim? I see you up there. Jim, before I begin the presentation, are there remarks that you would like to say?
I have some, but just wanted to talk mainly about myself. To those of you of the Hamfest, you're going to find out that Bill is one of the best speakers and probably one of the best people that I could have as a vice director. You're going to be very entertained. I want to thank everybody. I also want to thank, even though I know that you're not putting on the Virginia QSO party, I would really like to thank the people that do that or anyone that participated, because I spent last weekend doing it and I had a great time. It was a lot of fun. But just to tell you about myself, I'm N2ZZ, Jim, and I live in Aiken, South Carolina, as Bill was talking about, originally from Syracuse, New York, moved south in 1982 to Augusta, Georgia, and then went across the river again to Aiken in South Carolina in 1986. As Tom has a situation where he has a Hamfest directly across the river, my closest Hamfest is going to be in Augusta, Georgia, probably about 20 miles away. Everything else is a bit of a trip. As Bill knows, he is way on one side of the North Carolina, and I am on the other on the west side of South Carolina. So we do a lot of traveling. And my apologies about my plane flight yesterday. I think they were running some military helicopter exercises or something, and my plane did get diverted. So my apologies, but I'm happy to at least talk to you on the Zoom format here. Well, my situation here is that I spent section manager 7 years and then came in as vice director, and actually spent 4 years as vice director before my predecessor had decided to retire, and that was Dennis Bodson, W4PWF, and moved up to director. I was director for 4 years. I was off for 3 years due to the election, and now I'm back again. A lot of things are different, and Bill's going to be talking to you about things are different. I do want to thank Bill, because I know he has been maintaining the Roanoke division in my absence. He's been going to the Hamfest and really getting out there, and I appreciate it. And Bill, if you'll let me tell them your favorite little phrase that you used to tell me. I was pretty down over the last 3 years because I've really missed doing what I do here. And he always quoted Charles de Gaulle as says, keep in with the outs, because the outs can get back in. And that did happen. So I wanted to say that there's a lot of things different at the league since I came back. In fact, it has been drinking from a fire hose. Mike was joking that he wants to see what new things are at the league, and of course he's in the middle of it. Well, I had an advantage as coming as a returning director is they have an orientation for new directors, or I call myself new old stock, when I came back to the ARRL. And basically met all the new people, met Mike Walters and a number of others that I had never met before. They were all changed. We, I think, at least from my campaign literature, and I also think the fact that this group had let me come in and actually give an election speech way back when, is that we've either had 6 CEOs in 5 years or 5 CEOs in 6 years. I can't remember which, but I had the pleasure of meeting David Minster, NA2AA. Very good management style. I guess his previous work was in information technology, but he is a demanding manager, as Mike will tell you. And he's very focused, and he's really turned the league into a can-do attitude rather than, well, we're not sure if we can get that done. So I've been very impressed with that. I think he's definitely a leader, and happy with that. So as part of the reorientation session for me, probably one of the biggest things that I saw was different was the VEC. I think I spent many years trying to get the VEC to do online testing, and if not online testing, at least to be able to get licenses in a timely manner after the exams. And I gave up. I just said, it's not going to happen. And when I came back, I was very pleased to see that they've been using exam tools, and now we're kind of on the same level in terms of getting licenses for new licensees within the same time period that places like Westcars, W4VEC, and W5YI have been doing. So that was the biggest change. But we do have a lot of new blood at the ARRL headquarters. We've got Steve Goodgame in education. Of course, we have Mike Walters doing clubs. And one of the things that I felt was not really helpful before is that I don't think clubs were very well supported. And Mike has restarted the club's newsletter. If you have not had a chance to see the newsletter, please look it up. As soon as the website comes online again, you will be able to look it up on the website. And you also, Bill will talk to you today about opt-in versus opt-out. We all have a profile page, and you can click and get whatever you're interested in on that profile page. He will give that as part of the PowerPoint. Check as many things as you're interested in, and if you don't like them, just delete it. But for example, the club's newsletter this time actually had 2 news articles about the Roanoke Division, Sandblast Rally, and also Chesapeake Fire. So I invite you to take a look at that. So one of the big things that has come up is emergency communications. You may remember that there was a time when the league was calling everything public service, and the emergency communications was dropped down. I think we're going to be going away from the public service, although we will still be doing it. I think we're going to be calling it emergency communications. And I'm saying that only because I kind of got myself out of the frying pan into the fire. I went to the Orlando Hamcation and wanted to say, look, our division seems to be the most interested in emergency communication. I'm a DXer. I like to do minor contesting like the QSO parties, and not a dyed-in-the-wool emergency communications person. But when I went to Orlando, they had four different tracks that you could go into. So I said, well, I'm going to sign up for the emergency communications track. I was able to announce the emergency communications track and actually was in that the entire time. And when they passed out, usually all the directors, vice directors, they get a subcommittee or a committee to work on. And now we have 4 standing committees, one of which is the Emergency Communications Field Service Committee, which deals with things section managers deal with, and also the emergency communications. So when I got on the committee, I actually asked, okay, they wanted to break it into subcommittees. So talk about getting out of the frying pan into the fire. I decided, okay, well, I'm going to be the chair of the ARRL AUXCOMM group. So This is really drinking from a fire hose, and I'm going to do my best to be able to get enough people in and get enough recommendations and a lot of ideas, because I think things are going to start getting better very fast. Josh Johnson is our new emergency director. I had a talk with him a couple of days ago on one of the Zoom meetings. And all I can say is I am impressed. I think we're going to be able to work out some good things with emergency communications, interface with the training standard AUXCOMM, and it's going to take some time. And I can guarantee you not everybody's going to be happy, but we're going to do our best for the league. So I did want to mention, as far as the league goes, I know they're still looking for an IT director. And in the area where you are, chances are there's some very good IT talent. And I'd contact the league if you're at the least interested, but I'm going to warn you, they will most likely want you to go up to Newington and live up there. So that's been kind of a negative thing, but if you ever had an interest in this, please do it. So in any case, I'm going to turn this back over to Bill, and I will be available for questions and answers, comments. And I just wanted to congratulate the Vienna Wireless. I mean, looking on your website, I think I congratulated before for being the 2021 Hamvention of the Year. I also was pretty impressed to see you have 280 members, plus or minus. And you've been around for a long time, since 1963. So thank you very much. I will be here and flip it over to Bill Marine and to COP.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate that. And we'll stand by, Jim. We'll get you back. By the way, can you see us, Jim?
I can see you very well. I can only see the bottom half of me, but I can see everybody on my screen.
I got to tell you, it's standing room only. It's like National Park on opening day here. They're batting and swatting people away who can't get into the room. So it's a very encouraging crowd. Shame on me for not recognizing one other person in the room. I would like to, and that is your former Roanoke Division Director and ARRL Honorary Vice President, John Canode, N4MM. John, thank you for being here. It's good to see you. All right. Don, let's move over if we can. We'll put Jim on standby. Jim, you can go have a cup of coffee now.
I'm doing it.
All right. We're waiting for the screen to come up with the PowerPoint. There we go. All right. Is that going to expand or is it going to stay that size? There we are. All right. Good. Oh, is this for the? Thank you. Yes. All right. That's right. Here we go. All right. I want to mention something about the Roanoke Division Service Award. Many of you may know this by its alternate name, the Vic Clark W4KFC Award. This is now in its, if I do the math in my head, 54th year. There have been every year since 1968 recipients of the 12,700 ARRL members. Only 54 people have been recognized by their peers as the outstanding amateur radio operators helping other hams in the 4 states or sections which make up the Roanoke Division. We are behind due to COVID and other restrictions. Our latest yearly cycle is the 2019 award. Later this year, we're going to be doing some catch up with the 2020 and 2021 awards. So hopefully we'll be back on track shortly. But the winner in 2019 is a North Carolinian, Tom Brown, N4TAB. Tom has been recognized as the North Carolina Section Emergency Coordinator and as somebody who has introduced AUXCOMM standards to EMCOMM response and has gotten national recognition in doing so. Tom will receive his award at RARS Fest, the Raleigh Amateur Radio Ham Fest, which is also this year's Roanoke Division Convention in Raleigh on April 16th. I bring this up not only as an FYI, but also we have many, many Virginians who have won this award. Of course, Vic Clark, the former Roanoke Division Director and President of ARRL, now a silent key, very regrettably. You've been a winner recipient, not to be self-aggrandizing. I have been a winner. There have been many recognized individuals for this prestigious award. When you see the nominations, I hope you will nominate somebody who's really made a difference, not only here in the Commonwealth, but also throughout the Roanoke Division. All right, let's a quick review of what is ARRL's mission. And as we know, it's been for now 107 years to advance the art, science, and enjoyment of amateur radio. These maintain the 5 major, we call them pillars or foundations on which ARRL works. We had a last summer, and I was part of this, a rededication ceremony of ARRL headquarters in Newington, Connecticut. Headquarters have been shut down. Connecticut turned out to be one of the more restrictive states during the pandemic. The headquarters opened up fully again last summer, and in a rededication ceremony in July, when the board had its semi-annual meeting, there were many speakers. One of them was John Danforth, who's the U.S. House of Representatives congressional representative for the district in which ARRL headquarters resides. He made a very telling statement. He said, ARRL has been around for 2 world wars, a depression, and now 2 worldwide pandemics. He says that speaks volumes about the longevity of ARRL. And I agree with him on that. All right, I want to make this a, this is what Jim was referring to about the opt-in, opt-out. In many of the hamfests I go, one of the common complaints I hear from members is, I never hear from you, I never hear from my section manager. And here may be the reason why. You have to opt in as a member to receive communications from ARRL. Jim and I, and Tom, we're going to talk to you about this too. We'd like to reverse that policy and make it an opt-out policy. In other words, negative consent. You will automatically be enrolled in ARRL notifications unless you say, I'd rather not receive them. But one of the selections on there, and I think the next slide, if I remember, no, it isn't, I regret. I'm going to go back. If you go into edit profile under your membership and then go subscriptions, all these selections will pop up. One of them, does this have a laser in it, Dawn? All right, is it up? The middle button. Yeah, there we go. Right about here. There it is, right there. That little checkbox says, I want to hear from my section manager and I want to hear from my division leaders. Unless that is checked off, you ain't hearing from us. And right now, we run anywhere in the sections between 50% of members and 70% of members being on the list for distribution of those newsletters. So if you're currently subscribed, thank you. If you're not, please, at your club meetings with your friends who are ARRL members, make sure that they are in there. By the way, everything on here is part of your membership. So there's lots of things. There's the monthly Aries newsletter. There is the contesting newsletter. So all that's available. I just say to go on in and subscribe, get your money's worth. All right, a quick thing. A lot of people say, I need a reminder. What is it that I get? Well, now you receive all 4 magazines that are published by ARRL. And I know, I can see the looks right now. They go, like, what do you mean I get all 4? You get 1 by print and you have access digitally to the remaining 3. You get a choice in your print. You get your choice of, and most people opt for QST, the flagship publication of ARRL, which comes out once a month and is technically the official journal of ARRL. Almost everybody gets that. Newer hams many times elect for the bi-monthly on the air magazine. If you haven't seen this, This is a heck of a publication if you're a new ham or if you're a ham who's been away from the hobby for a while and coming back in. I've been licensed now 52 years. I'm learning stuff every time I pick this up. So don't think of it as an entry-level magazine. Think of it as a really great opportunity to learn more about how you can maximize your benefits of amateur radio. QEX is the quarterly experimenters magazine, also known as a do-it-yourselfer, a lot of projects in there. And then I think one of the hidden gems, even if you're a rag chewer, is NCJ, National Contesting Journal. If you just want to become a better operator, even as a casual rag chewer, the hints that you get out of this bi-monthly magazine are just fantastic. And they're all yours. They're all part of your membership. The only choice you have to make is which one do you want to get by print, the monthly QST or the monthly on the air. And whatever one you get by print, you will get the other one digitally. As I mentioned too, don't forget those newsletters to sign up for. And there are now 2 podcasts coming out from ARRL. On the Air is an audio version of the magazine, and Eclectic Tech is the successor podcast to the one that was highly successful, The Doctor Is In, with Joel Hallis. Many of you know that Joel regrettably became a silent key, I think about a year or 2 ago. And Eclectic Tech is the successor podcast. A lot of hams download these and then play them in their automobiles on trips. Just excellent. Other things going on. Anybody here do FT8? Well, what's been the #1 complaint? There ain't no FT8 contest from ARRL. There is now, the first weekend in June. In fact, it will be any digital mode except RTTY. And that's because so many of the existing digital contests up to now have been either exclusively or predominantly RTTY. This one turns it around. Clean Signal Initiative. This is a wonderful new policy that was adopted by the board at its January meeting. In trying to make contesting fair, many little pistols, meaning people running barefoot 100 watts or down, people who may not have access to 160-meter beam antennas over their house, have said that there can be a disadvantage in contesting. One of those ways is by juicing your transmitter, your transceiver, so that on sideband, you're really pushing the limits on bandwidth and really having your signal dominate over everything else. The Clean Signal Initiative is a policy statement from ARRL encouraging transceiver and transmitter equipment manufacturers to limit the gain so that in contesting, there's more of a level playing field. And those people who want to participate in sideband related contests won't have an undue advantage. Now, you know, and I know that people can take either homebrew equipment or older equipment that doesn't have any gain restraints in them and still game the system and game the contest. So it's not going to go away and eliminate it. It's a policy statement saying, let's be fair in what people can do. In clubs, you just heard from Mike Walters, the monthly club newsletter is back. And I was pleased that with its reintroduction last year, there are already 66,000 ARRL members across the country who are receiving the monthly club newsletter. If you haven't signed up for it, again, edit profile, go in. If you're in that position, we've all been in, not all, but a lot of us have been in, vice president of the club, which means you're program chair. Yikes, what am I going to do for next month's club meeting? There's lots of great hints in there. And I want to take and give a salute to the 70 ARRL affiliated clubs in the Virginia section. There's a lot of buzz right now about possible grant money for clubs, and there's 3 avenues of availability. One is a wonderful set of money, not from ARRL, but from an organization, ARDC, Amateur Radio Digital Council. And they are bestowing grants up to $25,000. Now, before you get excited, there is a formal application process, and you need to read what the criteria is, and how would your project meet their criteria. So don't get all excited too quickly, but there's the hyperlink to go look and find out that application. And then later this year, in fact, next month begins the first of 2 cycles. There'll be 2 from ARRL's foundation. Our foundation is our sister entity. In fact, Tom, W3TOM, is on the foundation. It is legally a separate entity from ARRL, but works closely together. And the foundation is making grant money available for clubs. Tom, anything I'm missing in that regard that I haven't covered that you know of, or have I hit the highlights?
I can do that. A microphone. Danger. The ARDC granted the foundation $500,000, and working with the ARRL itself, they're going to be club grants, and those are the grants up to $25,000. But that's a significant amount of money for all sorts of projects that clubs get into, from emergency communications to even finding a place to meet. So it's going to be exciting, an exciting year. Anything over $25,000 for a grant. And there have been some very large ones that have been granted. One was just granted to AMSAT, for example, directly from ARDC itself. So fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I knew you'd have the details. I appreciate that. All right. And let's talk about education. The future of amateur radio. Where's it going to be? Demographically, I think we all know where it is. I'm very pleased that we're back up here. Well, I'll talk about this verbally while we're waiting for the screen to come back. Thanks to the investment portfolio results from ARRL's portfolio, coupled with some money from ARDC, we have about 130 scholarships that can be awarded to youth. Now, some of these are fairly routine, smaller scholarships, things in the starting at about the $250 per year up to $1,000 per year, to the granddaddy of scholarships, the Barry Goldwater Scholarship, which is a $25,000 scholarship. And we've had numerous winners, by the way, in the past from the Virginia section. Their pictures appear annually in QST. If you know a young ham, please encourage them to go and look at arrl.org/scholarships to see what scholarships might be available and whether they would meet the qualifications, and encourage them to apply. The scholarship committee is currently reviewing the submissions from last fall, but the window will open again in late summer, early fall for scholarship awards for the year 2023. And I hope you'll do that. Teachers Institute. We all would love to see amateur radio incorporated or integrated into the curriculum of schools, whether they be charter schools, homeschooling, public schools. And the Teachers Institute is and there are 4 of these sessions around the United States, 2 in Newington, 1 in Dayton, and 1 out in the West, where teachers, elementary, middle school, high school, have their expenses paid for to learn about amateur radio and to learn about how to integrate amateur radio into their curriculum. And we have about 80 of these teachers per year who go back out and move and make amateur radio available. It's a great way to get that. If you know of a teacher, particularly in the sciences, this is or mathematics, this is a great way to get them introduced to amateur radio, how to use it. And then finally, I really want to thank, because we just had one of these successful events here in Hopewell, Virginia, about a month ago, and that's an ARRIS event, ARISS, amateur radio aboard the International Space Station. In other words, get anywhere from 10 to 20 selected students be able to speak with an astronaut during one of the passes of the International Space Station. These events are set up in advance. There's about 20 to 30 of these in the United States in 6-month cycles. Hopewell, Virginia was one of the lucky ones who had one last month. And amateur radio is the vehicle which is used to communicate between Earth and the ISS as it goes overhead. There's lots of YouTube videos. I think there's a YouTube video on the one that took place in Hopewell. We have one on the Roanoke Division coming up this fall in Spruce Pine, North Carolina. If you've never been to one of these are fascinating. And more importantly, if you have one in your vicinity and you have a public information officer, have that individual please work with the public information officer of the school district to ensure that the amateur radio side of the story is told. All right, let's talk about some amateur radio issues. This top one was announced after I developed this PowerPoint. As many of you know, starting April 19th, any new license applications or renewals on your 10-year cycle will be subject to a $35 fee. This has been a long-going issue. A lot of people said, yes, I realize that. People said ARRL wasn't strident enough. I disagree. ARRL fought tooth and nail to get this from being implemented. And I was discouraged myself at the response back from the FCC, which did not give an exemption to amateur radio. In fact, I thought the reply was rather chilling because the FCC came back and said, while they acknowledge that amateur radio does provide emergency services and public service, by virtue of being volunteers, their participation is not compulsory. And because it's not compulsory and is voluntary in nature, we cannot extend an exemption in the fee. We don't agree with that, but that was the ruling which came back from the FCC. So starting April 19th, it will be $35. Any of you who are in the 90-day renewal window, get your app in now, because if you get in before the 19th, you get another 10 years for free. Administrative changes don't need the $35. By administrative changes, change of your email address, change of your physical mailing address, those will not be charged. The $35 is strictly new licenses or renewal of the 10-year periods. Now, vanity fees, vanity calls, yes, and each call for which you apply will be charged $35. Let's say you have your eye on 10 calls. That's a potential $350 in application fees. The FCC is not charging this based on whether or not your call sign is issued. It's strictly the moment a human or the computer has to touch the application, that's when it's a processing fee. It goes into effect. VEs going digital. One of the disadvantages we've had with ARRL in our VE testing is that we've been so paper dependent. Many of you may know that ARRL does not have a monopoly in administering VE tests. There's actually, I think it's 13 entities that have been sanctioned to offer volunteer exams. ARRL is the dominant player, but some of the others have gone and have been offering electronic processing. ARRL's concern has been some of the security behind that, where control of you seeing the paper go through minimize the chances that sensitive information may be compromised during the filing. There is now a digital option for ARRL administrators to offer exams. It's called examtools.org. It seems to be working pretty slick. So if you're a VE, I encourage you to look at that. I'm going to let maybe incoming section manager Jack Smith, KE4LWT, adds some things when his time comes on the Forest Service $1,400 per year repeater site fee proposal. This was something that greatly impacts amateur radio out west, particularly in the states of Idaho, Washington, Oregon, and California. But it does impact also here to a limited extent in the east. The Forest Service said, if you have a repeater, this was designed primarily for commercial repeaters, $1,400 per year. No mention was made of amateur radio. Comments are due the end of this month. Our Washington Council believes that the Forest Service could possibly open up a second round of comments to see about some exclusions. Spectrum defense, we fight. I tell this all the time to people. There are right now 780,000 federally licensed amateur radio operators in the United States. That's roughly 2.5% of the American population. We have access to, or granted access to, the second largest swath of frequency spectrum after the US government, which means, my analogy is, we're Alaska. When you think about it, Alaska is technically, geographically, the largest state in the Union, but only has a population of 700,000 people. Well, I think the analogy is apt that we have access to all these frequencies, and there's only 750,000 of us versus 330 million Americans otherwise. And so a lot of commercial entities look longingly at frequencies to which we have access. And with the movement towards 5G availability universally, it's becoming more and more challenging to maintain some frequencies. This was a tough loss. We were, by the way, not primary, but secondary on the use between 3.4 and 3.5 gigahertz. Those of you who may not be active in that spectrum may be curious to know this is where a lot of mesh network development was going on. And now those people are turning to the 5 gigahertz space. And there's concern, could we possibly use some spectrum in 5 megahertz? The next last item here, the new chairman of the FCC, Jessica Rosenworcel, as part of her confirmation hearings, was asked directly by United States Senator from Connecticut, Richard Blumenthal, who said to her, Madam, the ARRL is domiciled in my district, Connecticut, and there's a lot of pending amateur radio issues on the docket for the FCC, which have not been acted upon. Do you commit as part of your confirmation, if confirmed, that you will look at this and clean up the backlog? She's made that commitment. We haven't seen that so far. I am hoping that she will be good to her word and that we will have some favorable results coming out of the FCC. Yes. 10-minute warning. We haven't even gotten to the others. Yikes. What's that song? 1 o'clock jump. So let me just say quickly about HOA antenna relief, and then I'm going to let the other gentleman speak. I am hoping, I hate to be kind of secretive about this. I am hoping in the next few weeks, we may finally have some positive information to the amateur radio community on HOA antenna relief. I'm especially sensitive that this is a big issue in Northern Virginia. If successful, and we have a long way to go, by the way, a long way. If successful, I think what you'll see basically is that there may be some basic template designs and antennas that should be sanctioned as acceptable to most HOAs, and that hams cannot get an automatic no from the HOA. That's all I'm going to say, because it is a very sensitive information, because for every amateur radio operator, there are 92 other homeowners represented by the largest national homeowners trade association. That's a ratio of 92 to 1. So if you want your antenna, you have to convince 92 other of your fellow homeowners that it's going to be worth having. All right, ARRL costs 13 cents a day to belong. Who can afford 13 cents? Come on, that's a cup of coffee a week. Or if you're my daughter-in-law, it's a Frappuccino a month. Come on. And that's it for here. Let me introduce Who of the two of you wants to go first? Carl, I'll turn it over to Carl Clements, interim section manager.
Thank you, Bill. I won't take but a minute. Back in December, after Dr. Paulsha passed away, the next week, I think it was a Thursday evening, I got a call from Bill here and asked me would I consider taking on as interim section manager until April. It turned out that next day, Friday, was my last day at work. After 46 years, I retired. So I had a little free time on my hands. So I agreed to do that. Some of my friends and volunteers from previous administrations came and offered their help once it was announced. And to them, I thank you. I thank the members of the league for helping me with the last 4 months. My objective was just to keep the train on the tracks until the new section manager could be elected, and that has been done. And that is Mr. Jack Smith, KE4LWT.
Thanks, Carl, and really thanks a lot for helping me to be able to sort out some of the things that needed to be sorted out, and to help me, go through the appointees and who all was there. So real briefly, I cliff noted a little bit here. So whether you're a contester, QRP, kit builder, EMCOMM person, yes, real close. You're providing a bridge, a communications bridge between our community and our greater community, meaning the amateur radio community and Virginia as a whole. So the thing to look at there is that every one of us has something we can contribute. And we need to be looking at each other to see what each other needs. So by that, what I mean is one of you, and we've discussed all this before in this same session and the previous session, is there's a lot of knowledge out there that can be shared, whether it's technical knowledge, institutional knowledge, historical knowledge, all that can be shared. And we've got to get working with that. And we need to do that regardless of who anyone is. Bill mentioned going to the schools with the STEM programs. There's 24,000 hams in Virginia, 17,000 reside in counties that have a club, and there are 65 clubs. There's a lot of stuff that we could be doing out there that quite frankly, we're not doing. And it's not because we don't want to, it's because we may not know what the other person knows. The one good thing is that's come out of the pandemic is that we've all become used to using things like Zoom and Teams to meet with each other. And we need to actually continue that even once the pandemic is gone. You're not going to be able to get somebody to come to a meeting that's got 10 people in it to talk about something that maybe 3 people in the club are interested in, and that person drive 500 miles. That's just not realistic. However, you can take 10 clubs and get together on a Zoom meeting or a Teams meeting, and that person can now present to a group of 50 or 60 amateurs. So we need to be looking at ways to coordinate that. Collaborating on projects. There's a lot of groups that are already doing that. In my area, it's the Charlottesville Albemarle Club. They work with other groups around them when they're doing the different marathons and bicycle events. They work a lot with the crossover in the Shenandoah Valley. But the one thing that we're not doing with that is we're not capturing what happened. And we need to work more on that. And the reason for that is none of us are guaranteed tomorrow. And we sadly saw that in December with the passing of Dr. Paulsha. So General Carletti will know what I'm talking about right away when I talk about a continuity book. A continuity book is, in the military, we all walk around with a 3-ring binder, what I know. And we need to be doing that with everything that we know, so that in the event that, let's say that you're an SEC or a DEC or an EC, and you're a victim of whatever the disaster of the hour is. Well, your assistant needs to be able to pick up and go without you. And also, if let's just say that your entire group is not available to do something, you're going to be looking at those counties and independent cities that are around you to come in. Well, they don't know what your emergency plan is because they don't have it. Well, they should have it. It should be available to them. And the one thing that the military uses is a system called MilWiki. And what MilWiki is exactly that. It's an electronic continuity plan. And that can be used for all of us. Whether you're a club or an EMCOMM organization, to share that knowledge, to document your best practices. Like one thing I heard last night that I was really interested in was the Vienna Wireless Club has a very strong silent key program where they assist families whose loved one has passed away in selling off their equipment at fair market value instead of the family just giving it to the Goodwill for nothing. And that helps the families and that helps the clubs. But there's a process for doing that. Now, they've done that for how many years have you all been doing that? A bunch. So now just imagine if you're trying to do that from scratch. Well, there's no reason for you to be doing it from scratch. You can take what they've learned, their lessons that they've learned, and just copy it and modify it over. So my point is, because I'm running out of time here, he's got that stopwatch going like crazy. So what can we do to make things better? And it's really simple. Don't work in isolation. If you hold an ARRL appointment, print out your position description and then do what it says. I mean, it's really that simple. You know, if you don't hold a position, look for one or look to assist somebody who has one. When you look at the position descriptions, there are requirements, and what that means, so there's two parts. There's requirements and responsibilities. Requirements are what you do, okay? Responsibilities are what you're responsible to make sure is done. So as an example, if you're all the ARRL appointments require you to be a member. That's a requirement. Some of them require you to have a certain ARRS level. That's a requirement. But then they have responsibilities. Doing your monthly report. You don't have to do the monthly report, okay? It has to be done, so you're responsible for it. Rotate that kind of stuff out between your team. That way everybody knows what everybody else knows, and you can get that depth going on your bench so that if something happens, others can pick up and keep the program going. Reach out to other organizations. Twice a year would be my recommendation. Every club, every areas group, et cetera, should look to other organizations around you and go to them and present at their club. And vice versa, have them come talk to you. The Lions Club, American Legion, the Baptist Disaster Group, have them come in and you go to them. Go back and forth. Let's face it, all volunteer organizations are having problems recruiting. But we all love to volunteer. So you've got to give value to show value, and you've got to show value to see value. So you let everybody see what each other's doing and get that collaboration going. And really that, since I'm cliff noting a little bit here, I mean, that's it, is communicate. Communicate what you've done, communicate what you're doing, communicate how you're going to do it, and get with each other and really get that going. And that's really it, since I've got Don over here with the stopwatch. But if you have any questions or comments after we stop here in a second, please come up to me and I'll try to get those ready. And don't forget, there's going to be an EMCOMM and EMCOMM wiki section this afternoon. So a lot of the EMCOMM focus will be covered then.
I always like beating up on ARRL, but they didn't give me much of a target today. So thank you guys so much. Come back and join us at 11 or a few seconds afterwards. And we've got another great knockout stellar presentation on one of the ways that all clubs can grow by doing something that is fun and exciting and relevant to new members. So please come back and join us in a few minutes. Thank you. It's your show. You can do anything you want with it.
KA4CDN, this is KK4DAS. I just turned on the video here.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for joining us for the next session of the 2022 ARRL Virginia Section Convention. We're back, we're bad, and we're going to talk about an exciting dimension of amateur radio that does two things. One is it attracts young folks, and if we've heard anything this morning, it's we need to grow our hobby. So this next session is going to be about how to do that. If there's one thread you find on the internet amongst the young people, it's making, it's makers. Between the advent of 3D printers and a curiosity about how the world works and possibly the pandemic being shut in, building and making things has never been more popular. So at my little club, Vienna Wireless, we are thrilled that we had somebody take up the mantle and create and reinvigorate for us a makers program. And that accomplished, from my perspective, two goals. First, it gave us all something new and exciting to do. And that was a thrill. And also it got us an opportunity to meet folks that we might not have met. I suppose thirdly, it also broadened our reach. We now have members that Dean is going to talk about from all over the place. So way beyond our own geographic footprint. We've got folks involved in this exciting aspect of amateur radio. So on the stage today, we have Dean Salilas. He's also serves as president of the Vienna Wireless Society. He's leading our makers charge. And then we have Bill Madeira, who is a legendary maker and has been the inspiration for what our club has done. So I'm thrilled to be here and I'm thrilled to enjoy the opportunity. And I'm going to turn it over to Dean Salilas.
Thank you, Don. Thanks, everybody. Hope you're having a good time at the Winterfest. Good to have everybody back in line, back in person again. Good show downstairs, and thanks for sticking around for our presentation. Again, I'm Dean, KK4DAS. I've been licensed only since 2018, and so my journey has been one of a journey of discovery, because I came from a technical background in software, but I was never an electronics guy, and I was really surprised when I got in about how much there was that I could do that I didn't think I could do, and how much that I could learn. And again, Don did the introduction, but Bill to my left here, and to CQR, host of the Solder Smoke podcast. If you haven't watched the Solder Smoke podcast and you are interested in homebrew radio and just learning about radio in general, you want to watch and listen to Solder Smoke. Bill with his partner Pete Giuliano. I'm drawing a blank on Pete's call sign.
N6QW.
N6QW is out in California, and Pete has probably built 60 transceivers from scratch over the years, and I think he stopped counting, because it seems like every week we hear about another radio that he's built, and then Bill has just a long storied career. So would you like to say hello?
Sure, thanks, Dean. I'm Bill Mara. We run the Solder Smoke podcast. You can get to it, just Solder Smoke, one word, soldersmoke.com. You can find all the old back issues. We're up to about issue 246, and we discuss basically how to build radios. The focus is homebrew radio, and we have a lot of fun with it. Pete Giuliano is a far more experienced radio builder than I am, so he brings to the podcast a real wealth of experience, and he has built everything there is and used every circuit. So he's a good guy to talk to if you run into problems, and we do run into problems. I've been a ham for a long time. I've been a ham since 1973. I, like many of you, got interested in this when I was a teenager and have stuck with it ever since. And I haven't built nearly as many rigs as Pete has, but I've built a few, and our focus is on SSB transceivers. That's what we really focus on. And I have with me here one of the more recent builds. This is the Mythbuster, and it's a dual band SSB transceiver for 75 meters and 20 meters that I recently built. Anyway, I'll turn it back over to Dean.
Awesome. So like I said, I want to talk a little bit about homebrew, and one of the questions that you get all the time, particularly if you're on the air, and people ask you, what's your rig? And what you say, the rig here is homebrew, and then what do you usually hear?
Well, it sounds pretty good for a homebrew radio.
Or you hear, Homebrew, I didn't know hams did that anymore. I didn't think you could do that anymore, right? Because, yeah, they are. Well, hams do that. Well, so what's homebrew? Just to be clear. And Wikipedia is our friend here. An amateur radio slang term for home-built, non-commercial radio equipment, design and construction of equipment from first principles, valued by amateur radio hobbyists, known as hams, for educational value and to allow experimentation and development of techniques or levels of performance not readily available as a commercial product. Some items can be homebrewed at similar or lower price than purchased equivalent. In fact, almost everything can be homebrewed at similar or lower price. If you didn't have to buy capacitors in boxes of 100, you know, our simple SSB transceiver that I'm going to talk about probably has less than $75 in parts in it for each individual component. So homebrew is as old as amateur radio. There we go. You know, early radio amateurs kind of came out of the RF experiment world. You know, guys like Marconi is a perfect example of, you know, the guy that kind of invented the thing was a complete amateur. He didn't know anything about RF because very few people knew anything about RF, and he just experimented. He tried different lengths of antennas without really understanding the theory, and yet after a bunch of experimentation, he managed to get things working. And homebrewers vary in experience, from super experienced electrical engineers with advanced degrees in RF to guys like me who I have a technical background, but I'm not an electronics guy. What's your degree?
International relations. So I'm not an engineer myself either.
So international relations, political science, marketing. The bottom line is, if you're interested in radio, anybody can do this, and it's I highly encourage it. So talk to you a little bit about my journey. So in addition to being as old as the hobby, it's also keeping up with the times. So if several decades ago you were building you know, single tube transmitters on pine boards, or you were working on high voltage equipment, nowadays you can work on digital equipment. You can work on Arduino microcontrollers, just like the kids do in their robotics class. You can have glowing numerals on your display. So, Bill's got glowing numerals on his display, multiple bands. You can do programming of your interfaces in modern computer programming tools, or you can build straight analog without any of that, and it will work just fine. So the hobby has kept up with the times, and our ability to build things has kept up with the times, and that makes it fun. Also, this is an amazing time to be a builder of homebrew radio equipment. And I didn't realize this coming into it. Bill has a great deal more experience than I do, but look at the tools that are on the screen there. There's a digital oscilloscope that's less than $300. Now, we have a bunch of Tektronix oscilloscopes out on the floor that you can buy for $100 or $150. And they can't do a tenth of what this digital scope can do up here. What you're seeing is a digital scope, but you're actually seeing a fast Fourier transform. So it's actually acting as a spectrum analyzer in this display. Up above on the right is a vector network analyzer, which just a few years ago would have gone for thousands of dollars. Now it's less than $100 for one that is useful for ham use. There's a CNC router up there, so you can route your own circuit boards. No more acid and etching. I mean, it's really remarkable.
I mean, I would just echo what Dean was saying. It's a great time to be a home brewer because of all these assets that are available to us. But getting back to what he said earlier, really there was a time when the essence of ham radio was building your own gear. That a true radio amateur was somebody who actually built his own rig or a portion of his own station. And that really gave the operator a sense of pride when he got on the air and the other fella asked, okay, what rig are you using? And he was able to say, well, my transmitter is homebrew. I made it myself. I grew up listening to Gene Shepard, K2ORS, who came from that tradition in ham radio. And that really kind of influenced me. And I've always had it in the back of my mind that a true radio amateur should be somebody who actually builds at least part of his station. And I know a lot of people disagree with that, but that's sort of the tradition that I come from. And what Dean is showing you is sort of the modern manifestation of that.
And the other thing that's great about this modern era is there is no shortage of places to get information. You know, in the time before the internet, you might get your magazine, you might write a letter to the author of an article, and you may or may not receive a response back. But now there are websites, there are blogs, there are podcasts that go back for 15 years. 15 years. There are kits with great documentation available. And my experience was if you write to a guy like Bill, he writes you back. Or if you write to Pete Giuliano, he writes you back. And that's how I got started. I was listening to their podcast and I wrote to them, I said, I want to build something. And they said, all right, well, let's talk about what you might want to build. So this is the other thing. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but easy to build kits. So you can get kits for, you know, tens of dollars that have the parts all in a baggie and they're all laid out and you can get stuff up and running. And that's a good way to start. You won't necessarily learn a lot, but you might have some fun. You might learn a little bit of the mechanics of putting things together. But the fact is, if you want to get a start in building stuff, these little kits are really good. That's a little antenna tuner, QRP antenna tuner up there. I built in about 30 minutes. I think it cost $10, $12, something like that. So these kits are great ways to get started. So the first project I built was a kit. It's called the Microbitics, and it was created by a ham in India, Asher Farhan, and his goal, listen to this, his goal was to provide something that Indian hams could build for less than the equivalent of $5 US. $5 US. He used things like plastic
Washers from the sink washers with toroid cores.
Plastic washers as cores for his toroids, and television transformers, and anything that he thought that Indian hams could get. And was the original one a 40 or a 20? I don't remember.
It was on 20 meters. As Dean said, if an Indian ham could build it, he could build the entire transceiver and spend less than the rupee equivalent of $5 US. So it was a $5 transceiver. Many of us have built these, and believe me, it really blows the mind of the other operator when you tell him or her that you're talking to them with a transceiver on SSB that could cost less than $5 US to build. I mean, you're often talking to somebody who spent thousands of dollars on their equipment, and you're telling them that you're doing essentially the same thing for $5 or less. It's an eye opener for a lot of people.
And so over the years, Farhan has improved the design of the Bitics. He originally just made it open source, so you can find all the schematics online. He eventually got to this version, which is the Microbitics, which is a multi-band SSB and CW transceiver. He calls it a kit, but it's really a screw together. So you see the main circuit board. I didn't have to solder a single component on that. I just put it in the case and connected the controls. And I was looking for an experience when I got it, but it was an unsatisfying experience for me because I put it together and it worked, and I still didn't know any more than when I had begun, because all the work had been done for me. All the thinking had been done. It was just screw it together. I mean, I had to make a few choices, like I had to figure out what case to use. It didn't come with a case. And I eventually upgraded his display to that color display, but other people had done all that work. And basically it was a screw together component kit. And I was looking for something a little more challenging. So when I asked Bill and Pete, I said, I want to build one of these from scratch. They said, well, you do, but you probably don't want to start with that. So they suggested I start with something simple. And so I started with something simple, about as simple as you can get, a 7-component CW transmitter, the Michigan Mighty Mite. And Bill, the enabler, said, I will send you a crystal if you promise me you will make the rig. And I said, I promise you I will make it. And he sent me a crystal. Tell him what happened.
Yeah, we have a lot of these crystals. These crystals came out of old TV sets. Old TV sets had crystals in it at 3.579. The TV sets had these crystals. They're called color burst crystals. And millions of them were made during the days of analog televisions. So the world is littered with these kinds of crystals. Now, this happens to fall in the frequency range of an amateur radio band. So it was perfect. We could make a little transmitter out of these crystals. We collected a lot of them. People send me their collections of color burst crystals. And when Dean came along, said he wanted to build the Michigan Mighty Mite transceiver, we made the deal. I would send him the crystal. We ran into a problem with the post office because he lives in McLean or Great Falls, and I live in Falls Church, a distance of about 3 miles. So I stuck it in an envelope and took it to the post office and sent it to him. But the United States Postal Service objected mightily because I was sending a package in an envelope. So they made poor Dean's wife go down to the post office and pay back postage on the item that's about the size of your thumbnail. But she paid for it. It was good.
She did pay for it. And that was the first of little packages of components that have been coming in kind of weekly. And she says, more radio parts? And I'm like, yeah, more radio parts. So that's what happens. But 7 components. How do you like the fancy pill bottle coil on there? Carefully counted the windings. I didn't know how to put a board together. That's probably not the right board to use because there's traces on the bottom and you get stray capacitance and things. I didn't have any pads. They call them Manhattan pads. So I just made blobs of solder and soldered things together.
Here's the crystal right there. See,
Yeah. Yeah, the crystal's the one right on the bottom right with the blue wires attached to it. But it worked. I got on the air. Bill could hear me in Falls Church. Even better, I was heard on the Beacon network up in Maine on what is it, 1 watt, half a watt?
It's about half a watt. Now, one of the things that's interesting about this is why would you build a transmitter like this, especially if you don't know Morse code? These days, many people don't know Morse code, but there's still a reason to build this. Even if you never use it to communicate with anybody, when you do this, you will have built a radio transmitter. You will no longer be in the category, the benighted category of an appliance operator. You'll be able to say to people, yeah, I'm using a commercial piece of gear right now, but I have built my own transmitter. I have built something that produces RF and that if attached to an antenna, as Dean said, could be heard at least from Great Falls to Falls Church and perhaps a lot further, all the way up to Maine.
And fundamentally, this is an LC circuit with a crystal oscillator. That's all it is. The big pill bottle is the inductor. Just below that is an inexpensive variable capacitor, 1 transistor, and the crystal, and you can transmit, and it works. Probably ought to add a low pass filter if you're going to transmit very much, but it works. So that was my first experience, and that was exciting. And it's like, all right, maybe I can do this, but the waters are deep. And I wanted to do something more challenging, and I wanted to get closer to that kind of BitX experience. And so after a bunch of emails back and forth with Bill and Pete, I settled on one of Pete's designs, which he called the simple single sideband transceiver. Low part count, it only has 10 transistors. It gets away with that low part count by having a microcontroller, which has considerably more transistors built into it, and a clock that is a digital phase loop, PLL, phase lock loop clock generator, the SI5351, which is one of the most difficult parts of a receiver to build a stable frequency. So Pete did something very clever in this design. He designed a transceiver that pretty much anybody could build, but he took away most of the really difficult parts so that you could have some success. And probably without that, I would not have succeeded in building this. Again, the part cost less than $100, 10 active transistors, and the bottom line was help was available. Pete answers emails. I don't know. I think he must answer emails all day long because he copies Bill and I on most of the ones he sends, and he's getting emails from all over the world all the time of people wanting to build his projects.
Yeah. and this is an important point that Dean made, that it's about why this is a good time to be a home brewer. When I was a kid in 1973, 1974, of course, there was no internet. And if there didn't happen to be somebody in my community who could help me with my circuit, I was out of luck. And so I built things that I never was able to get working, and they remained non-functional forever, or for at least 38 or 40 years. But today, if you run into similar trouble, 1 or 2 emails will bring you in contact with people who really know how to tell you to get that thing working. And I think the success rate for homebrew projects now as a result of this is much higher than it was back in what was supposed to be the heyday of home brewing.
It's really true. And partly through my interchanges with Bill and Pete, I've gotten to know Asher Farhan in India. I've gotten to know Hams in Australia. I've gotten to know Hams in the UK. And so while I'm the president of the Vienna Wireless Society, and that's the formal club I belong to this informal club of electronic billers that Bill has christened the Brotherhood of Electronic Wizards, the International Brotherhood of Electronic Wizards. And it really is an international community, and it's fun, right? So you get emails from these folks in the UK who look at your blog and they'll talk to you about what they're doing. There's a great maker culture in the UK. There's the Great Britain QRP Club, and all they do is QRP homebrew transceiver. They publish a magazine called Sprat. I get it. Bill's a member. I'm a member. It's just terrific, and we write back and forth to each other. So Furlough 40. It's called the Furlough 40 because I started at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. It's a modular approach. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward, which means you build one board at a time and you test it. And so you know it's working. So once your audio amplifier is working, you shouldn't have to go back and test it again once you've done it, and you build in stages. And it's another interesting fact is a lot of times for these kind of projects, you'll publish the project online and somebody will say, well, where's the schematic? Well, generally there's a schematic for each board, but there is no massive schematic like you might see in the back of a commercial radio manual, because we don't conceive of the rig that way. We conceive of it as a series of modules that can be interconnected together. And for me, if you had handed me a full schematic of this transceiver, I would have never gotten started because it would have been overwhelming, and I wouldn't have wanted to start. So we build it in modules. We build one at a time. We connect them up. As each one is working, we connect to the next one. So here is what I eventually ended up with. It's a bit of a version of what Bill's got in his box. It's on a pine board. I don't know if Bill or Pete coined this phrase, but we call it al fresco, out in the open air. So
yeah, we came up with it. It is al fresco because the use of a pine board actually goes back to the earliest days of ham radio. Frank Jones, who was one of the early home brewers in the 1930s, built his rigs using a board, usually a pine board, as the base. Today, we're taking the individual modules that Dean described and at least temporarily bolting them down onto these boards. This allows you to check out whether the entire circuit is working. As Dean said, each one of these modules is tested beforehand, so you know they're working individually. When you put them all together, you can see whether they're working together. They usually are. And very often, and Dean's board here is a good example of this, you become so happy that the thing is working on the board that you become attached to the board. You don't want to put it in a box. You don't want to cover it up. You want people to be able to see it, right? And so very often it'll linger and stay in this form, al fresco, for longer than it should, but eventually it does get moved into a box.
Well, eventually it does get into a box. And over the course of a couple of years, because it's a modular design, I was able to upgrade and replace the modules and change things out and give you a sense of where my rig is now. That's what it looks like now. It's now 20 watts instead of 5 watts because I built a linear amplifier for it. It's dual band now, 40 and 20. It's phone and digital modes, dual VFO, color touchscreen, frequency scanning, S meter, cat control. So I was able to do some of that because I'm a software guy. So I took the Arduino code Pete's a wonderful RF engineer, but I'm as good an RF engineer as he is a software engineer. So I took his code and I kind of set it aside and started from scratch, but it's been my career. So I got that going, and I provided that to our club when they did our build. So they had a stand-up, but you can see, again, all right, so maybe I'm up to, maybe because I got a fancy color screen there, maybe I'm up to $150 in parts now, but it's still, I can do everything on that radio that you can do with just about any commercial rig. This one doesn't do CW yet, but one of our club members, Mike, KA4CDN, has just done the CW mod upgrade, including changing the firmware and getting it to do CW. And he spent, weeks doing that, and we're building that into the build, so anybody that wants to build this can build it. So that's a 2-year journey. But when you consider that I started with the Michigan Mighty Mite, we lost our display, guys. There we go. I started with the Michigan Mighty Mite, and then 2 years later, I ended up with this. And I wasn't working on it every day. I was working on it a lot, and it was good that I had time during downtime during COVID. But along the way, I learned how an audio amplifier works and what it's made of. What's an intermediate frequency module? What's a bandpass filter? And I learned how to use the tools, and I learned, all that stuff we learn when we take the test that we forget the day we walk out of the testing exam, came back, and I was able to start putting it to use. And you might say, okay, well, that's great. So you're one guy, and maybe you're an exceptional guy, and you can build this thing. And but what about me? I've never built anything. I've never built anything at all from scratch, much less even a kit. Can I do this? Well, so as I was showing my rig around to the guys in our club, they were asking, well, can you help us build this? So we formed the Vienna Wireless Society Maker Group. That's exactly a year ago. We had 18 or 20 guys show up at the first meeting. None of whom, well, there was 1 or 2 RF engineers, but nobody had ever built a radio. None of them had ever built as much as a transmitter or a receiver before. Our club chairman, I don't know, Leon, I don't know if he sees in here. He's like, I have absolutely no technical. I don't know what a transistor is. I don't know what a resistor is. Those are questions we dealt with on the first night of our club. And February of 2021, we now, as of this week, we have 15 full-up receivers online and 11 transceivers online, and people making contacts all over the world on the simple single sideband. We did it all on Zoom, and we never once had an in-person meeting. Met every week on Zoom for a while, then we went to every 2 weeks. We followed the process. It was helpful that I had been through it once, right? So we had the we had the existence proof that it can be done, and that's useful. But we also had access to Bill, and we had access to Pete, and they came and joined us at several of our meetings. I talked to you about what it is. I like this quote from Pete. The radio does not build itself. And this gets into this, where's the schematic and how does this work? You actually have to think a little bit about when you're building something from scratch, because it's not a kit. It doesn't come with a, insert, plug A into hole B. It comes as a set of concepts and a set of diagrams and the existing proof that you can make it work, but you got to make a lot of decisions along the way. So things that aren't in the description are like, how do you do the DC wiring and make that nice? How do you get it ready to put into a case? How do you, what kind of interconnect should you use? So you saw I was using SMA interconnects. Well, you don't necessarily have to do that. You can hardwire everything. There's all kinds of things to do. So you have a lot of options.
Yeah, I really like this quote from Pete, that the radio does not build itself. And this is a really good thing for us as a home brewer, as home brewers. You have to learn patience. Very often when you're starting with a new rig, like Dean described, you're so anxious to get this thing to work that you're just going to blast through it. You're going to go, 12 hours a night, throwing parts onto a board, and then you plug it in and you hope it's going to work. And that's really the wrong way to approach it. You need patience. You need to take it one stage at a time. And after a while, you develop so much patience that you actually like the delay. You like the pause. You like to have something on your bench that you're working on over a period of weeks or months, gradually coming together, and so that then you can put it on the air. But what Pete's trying to get at here with that quote is that it does require effort. It requires knowledge, it requires skills and knowledge that you build as you go forward in home brewing. So it's really quite a good thing for us that the radio does not build itself. It requires some effort.
So if you wanted to do a group project for your club and you're thinking that, all right, this is the kind of thing that you might want to do, how might you get started? Well, I'll just tell you what we did, which I think was useful. And there are better ways to do this, and other ways to do it. But first thing we did is we set up a Google Drive and organized it so that all the members could upload to it and all the members could read it. And now that Google Drive is open to everybody. It's open to the world, so anybody can view the content on there. We organized it into modules. We set up a basic rough schedule for how we were going to do it. Although I didn't assign timelines, because as Bill said, you can't always predict how long it's going to take to build these things. And working with a whole bunch of people, some of whom had never soldered a component before, we wanted to give lots of time in order for people to build things. You know, we had to organize ourselves. We took Pete's. Pete does a lot of documentation on his webpage, but it's not kind of linear. So one of our guys took all of Pete's web pages and made a Word document out of it. And then we gradually started populating the modules one by one. But we started with a block diagram, you know, begin with the end in mind, know where you want to go. And that tells you kind of what modules you need to build. And then, you know, week by week and month by month, we gradually made progress. We shared with each other our hero tales when that audio amplifier got working, our tales of woe when something blows up, and it always does. Something will always blow up. I was just building a very simple audio amplifier the other day, and I powered it up, and a resistor went poof, and I let the magic smoke out. And when you let the magic smoke out, it never goes back in. So we start with the block diagram. You know, you see all the stages: microphone amp, audio amp, product detectors, and you'll recognize these from your test, although you may not remember what they do. But it's all the modules that go into any transceiver. All right, so there's what what we started with. Since I had the existence proof, I said, here's what you're going to build, right? And there's what each one of the modules are. And when you look at it that way, it doesn't look quite as daunting as when you don't have those labels on there, right? And for me, that was the other thing. When I looked at the original schematic for the microbitics, I didn't know what part, because there's nothing on there that says this is the microamp, this is the microphone amplifier, or this is the filter, or this is. You kind of have to recognize those circuits. And after you build these, you will recognize those circuits, and you'll be able to read any schematic for any radio, because they all use the same circuits. They use many of the same circuits. So having a roadmap like this to say, all right, these are the things I'm building, and this is kind of, you know, this is what my version looked like. It isn't necessarily what yours is going to look like, but this is what this is why I ended up building. So I started by just kind of walking through this for the club and letting them know what the different stages are, and we started and worked our way through.
Yeah, just a quick point. Farhan in India, in Hyderabad, is a really excellent engineer who's built many of these things. He's an amateur engineer, just like the rest of us. But what he points out is that before you build a transceiver like this, you really only need to understand 3 or 4 different circuits. You need to know what an amplifier is. And you can see Dean has his amplifiers up there, like the final amplifier. You need to know what a mixer is. You can see he has a mixer in there, a mixer module. Where's your mixer? Yeah, there's a mixer right there, the IF module and filter. You need to know what a filter does, and the filter is there. Amplifier, filter, mixer, and an oscillator to produce the signal. That what Dean did with the Michigan Mighty Mite. What here is being done by the Arduino Nano and the SI5351 in digital form. So if you know those 4 circuits, that's it. It becomes a matter of building blocks. It becomes a matter of putting them together. And it becomes much easier to understand and to make work.
Right. So when we started with this modular design, and we walked through each one of these modules one at a time. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. You want to know what an amplifier does? Well, on the left, there's a transistor, a 2N3904 transistor that is organized in what's called a common emitter configuration. That is the most common amplifier, transistor, single transistor amplifier in any one of these radios, You will see that over and over and over again if you look at radio schematics. And once you learn to build one, you know how a common emitter amplifier works, and you learn how to adjust the resistors for different bias and how to adjust the gain. And you can see as we went through, one of our guys said, "Well, I don't like Pete's values for the bias, so I'm going to suggest a couple of different resistors because they'll put the transistor at a different operating point." And you begin to learn the theory behind these things as you go. And then the LM386 is an IC that is an audio amplifier. It's essentially the final audio amplifier. And that is the most common, still the most common audio amplifier in lots and lots and lots of the components you use, your CD players and your MP3 players. They all now they use these tiny little surface mount versions, but it's basically the same chip. So once you learn to build an LM386 audio amplifier and a single transistor preamp, you can build an audio amplifier for anything. And not only can you build an audio amplifier, that same circuit, the same structure of that common emitter amplifier is used 5 or 6 times throughout this build. So this is what Bill's saying. You learn to build an amplifier, you know how to build an amplifier, and you can go through. So starting with the audio amplifier was great because you need no test equipment. You need a speaker and a screwdriver to test if your audio amplifier is working. If you wire it up and you put your screwdriver on the input, it's going to go bzzz, and you're amplifying. And it may not be tuned up perfectly, but you know that your basic circuit is working and you're getting through. So that's what we started with. And you can see there's varieties of ones up there from the different guys in the club as they were building it. And then I'm not going to walk through every one of these modules, but you can see we built the microphone amplifier, and you can see our fancy documentation. There's my there's somebody said, well, how do I wire up my microphone? And I had to go because I'd never used an electric microphone before. That one requires a voltage on it, but you don't want the DC voltage leaking back into your amplifier, so you got to have a capacitor to block it. So I figured out how to do that, and I just wrote up a little diagram, and then we scanned this stuff and posted it up on the website. And we did this continually through the project. And it was not only me that was doing it. After a while, it was Hams teaching Hams, and the guys were learning from each other. And you'll see even our schematics often some of them are done in the program LT Spice, which is a simulator. This one, this one's done in Fritzing, right? Because that's good for doing things like these Arduino modules. It's all set up for doing that. And we just kind of marched through it. We did the controller after the audio stages, because with the controller, you then have a frequency generator that can drive the rest of the radio. So that produces the local oscillator and the beat frequency oscillator that are used in the center stage of the radio to actually get you from RF on the air to audio out through the speakers. So this is probably the most complex circuit in the radio. It's the intermediate frequency module. And part of what you want to know is, where are the signals going? And this is an interesting module because it's completely bidirectional. So all the components are basically used both on transmit and receive. And so it's useful to know what your transmit frequency path is and what your receive frequency path is. So before we did the talk on that, I sat down with this and I traced it just with my highlighter just to show people, all right, if you're receiving, follow the yellow line. If you're transmitting, follow the purple line. And then that allows you to see where your signals are going, because it's really important to know where your signals are supposed to be, or you'll never debug this amplifier.
What Dean is describing is something that, and Pete came up with this term, Pete Giuliano out in California. Pete's a musician also, he plays guitar. And he says that you have to, from time to time, engage in what he calls noodling. Just like a guitarist would sort of play around with sounds and chords, you have to sort of think and sit down and play around with different values and try to understand what's happening in the circuit. It's not just enough to look at the circuit and say, oh, okay, somebody designed this circuit, it's got to work. No, you really need to understand it. You need to understand the signal flow. You need to understand how it does to the signal what it's supposed to do. This is important because schematics are often wrong. Even if you find them in great publications, often there'll be an error because this is complicated stuff. If you don't know how the thing works, you're not going to be able to spot the error. You're going to build it, it's not going to work, you're going to be frustrated. So understanding and doing the noodling work that Dean did here is really important to becoming a successful home brewer.
Yeah, so you need to know where the voltages are going. You need to know where the signals are. And by the way, if you have a roadmap like this and you have some more sophisticated test equipment like an oscilloscope, then you can say, well, my IF module is not working. Why not? And you can go point to point to point, connection to connection. You can find out where you're losing your signal. So a couple of things about this module that made it easier for us to build than would have been otherwise is we used a commercial crystal filter. And if you look at the upper right there, that's from a guy in the UK called Spectrum Communications. And he makes these little filter modules and they plug right in. So you don't have to do the matching of all those crystals. There's kind of an art to matching crystals. Bill's really good at it. He's got 10 crystals in his rig right here. I have never built one of those crystal filters, partly because Pete warned you against it. He says, oh, that's very hard. You don't want to do that.
And this gets to a difference in approach. Pete wisely, when he's talking to people who are relatively new to the game, will recommend circuits that are already kind of built and tested, and will allow the home brewer to sort of use them and get beyond what would be difficult even for a more advanced builder. So that's where Dean is pointing to the use of commercial filters there. You can build all the circuit that you want. You could build the entire filter out of individual crystals from the computer industry, and that's what I've been doing. Or you can opt to use a commercially made filter. The results are the same. What's different is the amount of home brewing that you do in putting it together.
Yes. 10 minutes. Yeah, we're good. So the other commercial piece on here is the ADE1, the little white surface mount IC. That's the actual mixer itself. And those you can build yourself. It's just a ring of 4 diodes and 2 transformers. But using the commercial mixers, again, it just takes away another problem.
Real quick, one of the other great traditions that I want to mention is hams helping other hams. This is a difference between the ham radio community and the computer community. In the computer community, it can seem to be a bit more harsh, where people want to haze the noob. We don't do that. We help the newcomer. We help the novice. Just on the floor here of the Hamfest, I ran into Armin, WA1UQO, who gave me a mixer, the Ask One mixer that Dean just mentioned, and that is in this rig here. So I was able to thank him and say, hey, listen, thanks for sending me that part. I used it in the rig we're going to talk about today.
And Bill talks a lot of time on the podcast about soul in the machine. And that really works, right? So if you get a part from somebody, like Pete sent me a circuit board. Well, I built on one of his circuit boards. So I got a Pete Giuliano circuit board in my rig. And it just makes me feel good. And it's like there's a connection. There's a connection to the past. So the IF module. Then we started on the filters, and the filters are what allow you to take what essentially is a broadband receiver and put it on a band like the 20-meter band or the 40-meter band. The clicker doesn't seem to be working, Don. It's not moving forward now. So we built the band pass filters. We built the low pass filter for the output, and those are fun because you get to wind toroids, and you know, everybody seems to be terrified of winding toroids. It's not really hard. You just got to count. If you can count to 20, you can wind a toroid, right? You just put the wire in, wind it around. I mean, a few things. You don't want to pull it too tight and scrape the insulation off. But once you know what you're supposed to build, it's pretty easy to do. And a lot of times on the schematics, it'll say, 20 turns on a FT 37.43 or whatever. It'll tell you exactly what you need to do. And these are fun. And with that nano VNA, it's really cool because you can actually see the shape of the filter, right? Like you see right in the textbooks. You can see where your pass band is and where your cutoff frequencies are. So that was probably one of the more fun ones. Then we had the amplifier stages, and again, You see that common emitter amplifier right there in the middle of the schematic. Same amplifier circuit with a few little modifications for this stage. And then we got the driver amplifier. Again, you got another common emitter amplifier in the driver stage. So that amplifier, that basic circuit has repeated itself over and over again. Different values of resistors and things around it, but it's the same basic circuit over and over again. And then we got the final amplifier, which is an IRF 510. And this is the other thing hams are great at, is they take devices that were not meant for RF and they figure out how to make them work for RF. So the RF 510 is a switching transistor, and I don't know who figured out that it would work well in ham radio, but the RF 510 is used all over the place, and you get them for $1 a piece. So and you know, our group was so, including me, was so junior and so naive. We had to draw a picture of how do you put the insulator on, and which one's the gate, which one's the source, which one's the drain. One of the first circuits I built, I couldn't get it working. And I finally took a picture of it with my camera and I sent it to Pete and he said, your transistor's in backwards. so he debugged it just by looking. So, so you got to know which pin goes to which. Anyway, and our results are good. Oh, we did it. We had to do a stage on power and antenna hookups. But you know, there's all that kind of bits and bytes that you got to do to take all these things and get it on the air. We tested along the way. I found eventually that I needed an oscilloscope. I mean, that was if you're going to build something as complex as a transceiver, an oscilloscope's almost essential. You can build an RF probe that will help you find signals, and you could build this whole rig without it. And I built most of it without the oscilloscope, but eventually I wanted it because then you can see the shape of the signals and you can really tell what's going on. And by the way, it's a great way to learn once you got an oscilloscope because you really begin to visualize and understand the circuits. So there we are. There's just a few of our 15 rigs that have been built, and they're of every shape and size, just like your children. Everybody's got their own vision for what they want their rig to look like. Some of them built 3D printed enclosures. Some Don came for UDX. His is the lower right there. It's a couple of cigar boxes stacked up. Don is Mr. LED King. He added LEDs to every single module so that he could see that it would have power on it, because I guess it was too much trouble to get his voltmeter out. So so it's really great, and we've had on the air QSOs with a bunch of these guys. And let's see if we can get this one going. We'll do this real quick. I have to hit the clicker one more time, you said, right? No? You're going to do it for me. All right. KA4CDN, this is KK4DAS. I just turned on the video here to see if we could get a little bit of a recording here. You sound pretty good, Mike. How copy?
Over to you, Don. This is KA4CDN.
KA4CDN, this is, who am I? KM4UDX, and I copy both you guys. Great, the audio is terrific, and it's a marvelous thing to hear my little cigar box radio do its magic. Over.
Oh, very good, Don. KM4UDX with KA4CDN. Yeah, you guys are both sounding good. We got a little bit of noise on the band today, so we're having to kind of creep over it with our mighty 5 watts of power, but
you know, this is one for the books here. It's a 3-way, 100% homebrew, simple single sideband QSO. So sounded really good, guys. Let me pass it back to KA4CDN for another round. Okay, Dane, real good. Well, we made it here last minute, kind of impromptu. I just down here took the radio out of the box. It's still boxed up from my portable trip.
all right, so there you go. So, and I tell you, that is a lot of fun. And I can tell you, it's one of the only times I've had an on-air QSO with somebody else who has built a homebrew transceiver.
it's quite rare. I think in all my years, I've only had 6 or 7 where I said to the other person, the rig here is homebrew, and he or she came back and said, mine too. And then you really kind of, you're shocked because you've discovered, it's almost like you've discovered there's another one out there, somebody just like me who wanted to build their own rig. So it happens very rarely. And my hat's off to the Vienna Wireless Makers Group for being able to do that and making it much more common, at least here in the local area.
All right, and we are right at time. So I want to thank you for coming. We'll stick around. Bill and I'll stick around for a few minutes if you have any questions while they're setting up for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean and Bill. Thank you, Dean and Bill. It was fantastic. Wonderful work. We will be back at 12. If there were a keynote, it's going to be at 12. If you have any worries about the hobby, we're going to reassure you that we're in good hands. So we'll see you at 12.
I'll go ahead and turn my camera and mic off till I see somebody pop on.
And I really like making contacts with people, which is
That's true. Do we leave some of them in other places?
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us for the this presentation of the 2022 ARRL convention. I can't tell you how excited I am to be able to listen to the next presentation. We've heard a lot of concern about growing amateur radio. We've heard a lot of chat about how to get young folks. The next presentation is going to give you a fantastic answer to that. There's a lot we can do, and our next two presenters are doing it. There are a lot of pathways into amateur radio. School, obviously important. I got into amateur radio because I like to fly drones, and if you want to be legal flying transmitters and receivers, you ought to get your FCC license. So flying drones got me into the hobby. So there are a lot of pathways. Space, obviously important. So we've got a lot of opportunities to get young folks involved in robotics. Shameless plug. If any of you have an Instagram account, I would love you to subscribe to @Mr.Robohead, @Mr.Robohead. You won't see me, but you'll see kids interacting with robotic technology, and that's sort of fun. So our next presenters are going to talk about that and more. Kathy and Melissa. Kathy's here with us. Melissa's remote. And I personally think that the future of our hobby, the success of our hobby, depends on actions by talented, creative, resourceful operators like we're going to hear from today. So I'm utterly thrilled. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Sure. Melissa, do you want to go ahead and start?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Kathy. Good to see you. I just want to go ahead and jump right in. This is our plan for today. Since Kathy is live in person, I'm thrilled to have her energy propel the bigger message, okay? So the plan for me is to introduce her, but to also let you know what my path was and how I think we can excite kids about amateur radio. I do not have a slide deck, so here we go. I started before ARRL, about 5 years, using amateur radio for telemetry for an elementary satellite project that would be global. We had an exciting mission, first of all, to just put something in space, a ping pong ball, a balloon, a can. And these were smaller little satellite project ideas we had, but they grew into a bigger idea. And across the grades, across the subjects, we created a STEM school based on wireless technology and using a project that had amateur radio at the heart of it. So over that process, I was able to get my license and launch the first CubeSat in space Fine Elementary School. And all along the way, uncovering about amateur radio. So my recent experience is having a handful of those kids now at the high school level. And that is where I joined in amateur radio on the International Space Station. The excitement for my space focus, my space passion, the thread of space and robotics in my STEM curriculum, amateur radio opened up so much, giving us career opportunities, exposing the kids to, astronaut conditions on the space station, how to use the radio to talk to them. So my first contact was in 2017. And yes, I had amazing experience working with the education committee, doing workshops, presentations, just to help deliver and share the good news about amateur radio. I work more now on the ops side, which is extra fun, at Goddard Space Flight Center for Radio Ground Station K6DUE in Building 11. We are thrilled to help host downlinks for schools all over the world through ARRL Ops. So Kathy and I are excited to join together when appropriate at all opportunities like this to share the different threads we have. Before I segue to her, the last thing I want to say is to help students be a lifelong learner, to help ourselves. When I first got into amateur radio, it was overwhelming, but it's a hobby, and you start with something interesting and you engage them. So right now, the most fun is using phonetic alphabet, using programming skills to operate telemetry, slow scan TV, APRS, and that's kind of the highest level, but not possible for all groups. So I love amateur radio, and we're back in the saddle with the beginning part of amateur radio with my spring content at my high school. So yes, I'm going to sit back in the shadows to hear Kathy's live presentation, and I hope to come next year to feel the energy. So KM4 CZN, over and out. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Melissa. Please feel free to jump in anytime you have something that is appropriate for what we're going here. So my name is Kathy Lamont, KM4TAY. I am an elementary school teacher for gifted education, and we have had an amateur radio club at our school. I had my ARRL contact. You can go ahead and turn to the next one. Oh, I can turn to the next one. Hold on. I pointed at you. Oops, sorry. No, it's going to probably go one more. Yep, I'm fixing it. So how did all of this start? How did I end up with an amateur radio club at an elementary school? And one of my grandparents, I had when I was teaching regular 4th grade, and I had a grandparent who said, hey, you should get into ham radio. And I wasn't really sure why. And he badgered me often enough that eventually we ended up learning a little bit about amateur radio. He said, I'll come in, I'll do some stuff, and we'll learn a little bit about all of this together, and I'll show your kids and I can show you. And I said, sure, why not? Come on in. And he met with his friend Terry, and Terry came in. He is now a silent key. And one of the things that Terry said to me, as you're learning about amateur radio, did you know one of the coolest things about amateur radio is the fact that you can talk to astronauts? I said, I'm sorry, what? And he said, you can talk to astronauts in real time, and you can just use amateur radio and you can talk with them and they'll talk back. I said, okay, that's it. We're done. We can go ahead and do anything you want here in this building. And so that was pretty much it. And I was hooked at that point. And they came in, they did some lessons with us and showed our kids lots of different things. We built an antenna, they brought in a listening station, and within 2 years, I was able to get my technician's license, and this was all from the push of a ham that said this would be something fun that your kids could do. I earned my technician license. I upgraded to general when the first kids in our group started doing their licensing, and we participated in field day. I went to a ham fest over in Manassas, bought my first radio, which was the one that we used for our ARRL contact, and joined the board of Woodbridge Wireless and attended the ARRL Teacher Institute. And we had an ARRL contact in December of 2017. And the whole process is quite whirlwind. But the kids absolutely love everything that we have done with it. I think one of the reasons why it has such an appeal is, first of all, we had club partnership. There is no way that I would have been able to do this without a ham radio community behind me. If you're talking about Elmers, this is the key for Elmers. Find an organization, match up with an organization, and start teaching. And without the support of our ham club, there is no way that I would have gotten to the point where we could have had a direct contact for an ARRL contact. The learning that happened, not only for me, but for my kids, made things very clear for what I needed to teach, how I needed to teach it, and the kids absorb all of it. And one of the things that was important with the ham club was they would tell me things and they would say, all right, this is what you're going to be doing. And I would translate it into an elementary level, education level of, all right, so they're not going to understand anything that you just said. Is it a little bit like this? And they'd say, well, it's not exactly. I said, is it close? They're like, well, yes, but I'm like, then it's good. We're going to stop here. And it worked really nicely. And they came to our school and helped with the education at the beginning. They basically ran my ham radio club for the first year. We walked through some ideas. I added in some hands-on activities that would go along with their words. And the kids were learning, which I thought was really very cool. And the next, sorry. Sorry, I don't know what the next one is. Otherwise I could keep going. I've aimed both ways. There we go. Did it go too far or is that just one? As long as I did that one. Okay. So one of the things that nope, there we go. Yeah, that's why I was waiting. I wanted to make sure that I hadn't missed one. I think I had. So obviously one of the biggest challenges for this is the fact that amateur radio is not easy. The information is not easy, and our students at the elementary school level have a limited background knowledge. So that was one of the biggest challenges that we had for educating our students, is for the most part, they have a very, very basic understanding of electricity that they get by 4th grade. And our club was open for 3rd grade through 5th grade. And so we needed to figure out what to teach and how to teach it so that it made the most sense. For the most part, the laws, the rules of amateur radio is something that my kids can pick up on pretty quickly. What they are not going to have the background on is Ohm's law, the electrical components, things like that. So if you want to get any of these students licensed, that's the road that I went. I said, I can teach you some of the electronics that you're not going to have, but if you guys are really interested in getting this, you're going to have to do some research on your own. So we walked them through kind of the tougher parts of the modules. And then they kind of did their own research after that. We had radio practice. We allowed them to, they used the radio, they hit the repeater a couple of times so that they could hear that there were people out there listening. And I think one of the biggest parts is obviously parental support, because this is not an inexpensive hobby. And anyone who has children realize that you're constantly chasing after the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. Oh, I want to play soccer. And the next week, oh, I want to go do this. I want to amateur radio. I want to do this. And it's a lot of money to shell out time after time after time. One of the things that I advocated for our students was EchoLink. Almost every student has a device of some sort that they could use EchoLink for, which opens up a whole HF possibility to so many different areas. So this was one of the biggest issues with all of it, that we were able to do some parental support by having some of our meetings at night. So some of our clubs were after school meetings, and then some of them were evening meetings where we had the parents come in. So one of the things that we did at one of our evening meetings was we played Morse code Battleship, and their parents sat there with them. And it was funny because obviously the parents are coming because they're dropping their kids off, and they're like, yeah, we'll stay and we'll listen. And it was funny to hear both the adults and the kids say things like, hey, this is really fun. I kind of understand what's going on here. We changed some of the lettering around so that the common letters were more of our common letters. We made sure that there were vowels in there. We made sure that it was like AT. We kind of put in little letters that would make the Morse code that they were using a little bit more practical. And the kids loved it, the parents loved it, and they had a really good time. And I think that that's one of the things, is bringing parents in with the students to help them both learn, because quite honestly, amateur radio is not something that everyone knows how to do. So as long as I was teaching the students, I was also teaching their parents at the same time too. Some of the other activities, we basically walked through a licensing program. The kids loved everything about it because they were learning new things. Although all of the stuff that we're teaching can be based in standards-based learning, we're going about it in a completely different way. So a lot of the kids that signed up for our ham radio club were super excited, but they had no idea what they were super excited for. They knew it wasn't Boy Scouts. They knew it wasn't Girl Scouts. They knew that it wasn't robotics. They knew that it was something different. And every year when I did this club, we haven't had it for the last 2 years because of the pandemic, but every year that we've done this club, I get about 28 or 30 kids, 3rd through 5th grade, that say, sure, we'll come. And by the time they're all kind of weeded out, there's still about 25 that show up every week. I usually do like a 6-week session and then I do another session in the spring. We try to make sure that it goes along with school club roundup so that we can have kids on the air with other kids. The nice thing about amateur radio is once you realize where it fits into education, you can see so many connections to real life applications. So they learn about resistors, they learn about LEDs, they learn about tiny little things that don't seem like they make a big deal until you start putting them all together and they have such a huge background knowledge from it. It makes such a big difference. Before we had our ARRL contact, we had the opportunity to talk to some ham radio operators that were working on the Amelia Earhart voyage, trying to find where Amelia Earhart's airplane was. And we knew somebody that was on the ship that said, hey, if you've got a radio, we'd be happy to contact you and your students. And we basically ran it like an ARRL contact because the distance was so great. They were out in the Pacific Ocean. We were obviously over here on the East Coast. And we were able to use Echolink because we went from our classroom to Hawaii. And then from Hawaii, they did HF in. So they basically did a phone patch so that they could do basically a telebridge like we do for amateur radio for ARRL. And they were able to ask questions of our sailors that were on the ship looking for the Amelia Earhart, which I thought was really very cool. And the time that I knew that they really understood what was going on was they became very attached to our radio because we had been doing radio work, we had been on the radio, we understood the radio, and they said, well, why can't we just use the radio in order to contact them? And I said, well, we wouldn't even, with our antenna, we would not even be able to reach California. And they said, well, how would we be able to do that? I said, well, we'd probably need a different radio. We definitely need an upgrade in our antenna system. And they said, how much does that cost? Can we do that? Which I thought was really very cute. They were very interested in making sure that it was their radio that was able to do it. Not that they didn't love the Echolink opportunity, but they felt that it was cheating. One of the other things that we've done on Echolink, some of the special event HF contests, one of them was for a submarine from World War II, I believe. And we hopped on Echolink because that's how we were going to be contacting with them that day. And we ended up stumbling across a youth net on the Echolink broadcasting. And they were able to talk with a student who was out of school from Great Britain. It was after school for them, during school for us. And it was the coolest thing because they were talking with their peers. It was a 6th grade student who was just hanging out with his dad after school and was hanging out on Echolink, just talking with anybody that showed up. So my kids were able to ask them practical questions and said, well, what are you studying and where are you going and what's going on and what's the weather like where you are and what time is it? Oh, you're going to bed. We haven't even had lunch yet. And they were so excited just to actually talk to another student that was of their age that was doing the same thing that they were doing halfway across. Because of that, one of the things that this really encourages is communication skills. Our kids are used to in-person communication, and the fact that there's no visual that goes along with a lot of this, they're able to be very clear with their speech. They're able to explain things better because they need to, because it's not something that they can just show them. And because of that, you also gain a huge amount of confidence as the kids became less mic shy, which really was never that big of an issue. For a digital era group, they have never really shied away from the microphone. But the confidence that they get from this as they're talking to somebody else, learning something else from them, sharing what they know is really cool to watch. And it was one of my students that you'll see later on, Maddie, she's the one that's in the dress in the corner down here. She got her technician license in 3rd grade after we started doing our whole club. And she was one of the ones that we brought her parents into and said, oh, you'll love to come. Why don't you come hang out with us? And they were so taken with the fact that Maddie was so excited about this, that Maddie studied on her own and outside of school, ended up with her technician license. And it's just the confidence that you get from all of that, she became, as we were practicing for our ARRL contact, she became kind of our ground station. And we put her outside the school with an adult and a radio and said, hey, the kids need to practice. So they need to ask their question. And then you have to be able to tell them whether the answer is, if you can hear them correctly. And Maddie would stop them at 4th grade now. Maddie would stop them and say, you need to talk slower. They're not going to be able to hear what you said. And she was really cute too, because then she'd just make up some answers. Well, I don't really know what the answer to that one is. Over. And she'd come back and they would banter back and forth, and it improved where they held the microphone, where they didn't hold the microphone. And it was very interesting to see the interactions between the two of them. The other reason why I really like to do this at the elementary school level is a lot of research points to the fact that students pretty much by the time they get to middle school have determined whether they like math or science, and whether this is something that they're good at or not. And by introducing it at the elementary school level, one of the things that they learn is, even if it's not something that they excel in, it's something that they're able to say, oh, I did do something that was very sciencey and it was very math oriented. So maybe it's not that I can't do it. Maybe it's just that my interests aren't in this area. It allows them to see that they can actually do a lot of things that they say, oh, I'm actually not a science person. Well, you are a science person. You did a whole club. The whole basis behind it was science, and you understood all of it and you did all of it. And I think that that's kind of the important part. And I think as an elementary school teacher, you don't get to see a lot of the outcome from that. But the fact that you're planting those seeds so that they can then move on to say, oh, I did do something like that. I can do stuff like that. I'll try again, which I think is huge. Because when it comes down to it, you never know where they're going to go. One of the things that we hear lots, even in elementary school, is, I'm never going to use this. How am I going to ever use this? And one of the great standard answers is, I don't know when you're going to use it, but you don't know what you're going to do when you grow up, and neither do I. So the more information that you have, the better you'll be able to move forward and figure out what it is that you want to do, knowing that you have a background in it, which you may not have had before. And I think that amateur radio is huge for that, because there is so many components to this that allow them to get basically a smattering of background from lots of different things. So the question is, how can you help as hams? How can you help education? And one of the ways that you can do it is introducing yourself to a community. I will say it is not, it is a little more challenging right now. But I did this because a ham didn't stop telling me about how awesome it was and what we needed to do with it. And although it was nagging, it was not something, he felt very strongly as to what he knew that this was providing. You just need to convince somebody else of that as well. And that's not a one-time conversation, the same way as teaching elementary school kids is not a one-shot deal. They need to learn a little bit and learn a little bit and then learn a little bit. And obviously when Terry told me that I could talk to astronauts, we were done with the conversation, because he was coming right into my classroom and doing anything that he wanted to do. So some of the tie-ins that we have is obviously geography. You can be plotting, you can be figuring out where things are, how far you're communicating, how long did it take you to get from one place to another, take a look at the mileage, what kind of a frequency were we on for this. We've got tons, obviously, for the wave spectrum, which comes in as early as 5th grade when we start talking about waves and the visible light spectrum, which then expands beyond that. So one of the other things that I've actually been able to use our wireless technology for is for robotics, when they're driving autonomously and they have their controller on one and they have their robot at the other. We were able to look, because one of my kids was saying, I think it was just this year, that they looked at it and they said, it's not moving. And I said, well, did you program it correctly so that it will do that? Yes, I'm sure I programmed it. It works the same way. I said, what's the radio in your controller? Because they have certain megahertz on each one of them. And I said, what's the frequency on that? And he said, the what? I said, look at the frequency on the controller. There's a chip that you put in there that tells you what frequency. And it says, I don't know, it says 2.4 something. And I said, what does your robot say? It says 800. I said, when it comes down to it, these are not even on the same channel. It doesn't even matter if they're programmed. They're like, what do you mean? I said, look at the stuff. And these are just tiny little things that even for me without amateur radio, I would have just been able to say, well, I don't think 2.4 and 800 are the same number, so we should probably get another one. It was nice to be able to say, well, there's actually a reason. It's because there's a wave that goes it, and this wave isn't going to be talking to this wave because they're totally different waves. So it was nice to be able to tie in some of those things. So some of the things are obviously a little buried. But even coding, which is huge in schools at this point, Morse code is a type of code. So whether you're looking at drag and drop blocking from scratch or any other software, Morse code is still a code. And that's simply another extrapolation of what codes are and how you can use it. You can look at some of the other activities that we have here. I have my ARRL antenna and one of my students. We were, based on the picture that I put next to it, we were probably listening to slow scan. And you can add this into the education aspect because as students are listening, they can see the slow scan picture coming down. And it's funny because depending on how many kids you have, you then have the lines where you didn't get your data because there are so many children talking that they're picking up more of the children than they are picking up the signal. And they're like, the picture isn't perfect. I said, that's because you guys wouldn't be quiet. That's why you were adding noise to this signal. So now we didn't get all of the information, which is why the picture, the next time we do it for the next pass, be quiet. But they're able to look at things like that. And it's also interesting to see, because when you have the handheld and they're using the Yagi antenna, they're like, well, how do you know it's there? I said, point it over there. And they go over this way and where'd it go? Well, that's how you know that it's there. You're pointing in a different direction now. And that's why you can't hear it. So it makes very tangible an intangible thing because I do have a lot of them saying, oh, I see it. It's right there. I said, I'm positive that you don't see it, but I can help you see it. If you place your antenna in a different direction, you're going to hear more static. You're going to hear more noise that isn't associated with the signal that's coming down. And it starts making things clearer for them. And one of the other things that we did, my friend Joanne in California does high altitude ballooning. In this case, these are the Pico balloons, but she has the transmitters, and she had an extra transmitter that she brought with her to come visit my class. And we set off our balloon and they were able to track using APRS. And they wanted to understand how it was working. Well, it's all radio waves, the information that you're getting. They were able to extrapolate the data that was coming from it as they watched the balloon sink. They couldn't figure out what it was that was going on. And they had to look and they had to make speculations the same way that any scientist would. And all of these are ways that it ties into any elementary school curriculum. You just have to be able to find those tie-ins. The kids were able to watch the balloon. They were able to figure out, they're like, well, why is it going down? I said, I don't know. Let's look at some of the other telemetry that's coming down. They were able to look at temperature. They were able to look at wind speed, and they were able to chart all of it. So that when they looked at the charts on the APRS, they said, wow, look at how fast the balloon was going. And they were able to kind of guess that at some point the balloon possibly went too fast or went too high and it popped or it ran into something. But also because of Google Earth, they were able to look and say, look, there's a fire station right over here. We should just ask them to go get it. I said, it doesn't work that way. But they were able to see where it went up, where it went down, and they were able to use all of that data. And this is all real-time data, and this is all hands-on, even though they didn't do anything other than let the balloon off. It's all their information. Obviously, measurement is another huge one. We made our own handheld Yagi with wire, and they had to measure everything. They had to figure it out. We worked together, and they said, well, what's the director? I said, I don't know. Let's put them all in and figure out. I'm like, there you go. There's the director. And they were able to measure. One of the students that I had that was in my first amateur radio group, our very last day of class was like our very last day of school. Half of my stuff is already packed up. I'm ready to leave. And the students are saying goodbye and everything. And instead of doing his 5th grade celebration, he asked if he and his buddy could come back and finish the antenna that we were working on. And I thought that that was really pretty cool because he was done with elementary school. He had so many other options that he could have done that day. And he said, can we come back and finish and work on that antenna? I said, I have packed up all my stuff, but I would be happy to unpack all of it and we can do it. So that's what we did. We unpacked the rest of my stuff. We unpacked the tools. We pulled all of this stuff back out and he took it home with him that afternoon. And he was thrilled. He loved everything. So tons of measurement went into that. Tons of reading went into it so that he could make sure that it was put together correctly. You can obviously be looking at the wavelength measurements. You can be looking at the distance measurements. Our kids, when they did the ballooning, they were able to see how far the balloon went, where it was going, where it would have been going to. You can look at the jet streams, and now you're looking at science and weather. Electricity in action obviously is a huge one. The whole thing is electric based. Space and solar system is obviously one of the easiest connections that you can make. You're talking to astronauts, so you can be doing some research about that. You can be looking at some of the space things and extrapolating it from there. The fact that you can be looking at, so as you move up in the grades, then you're looking at orbit and you're looking at how long it takes to get from one place to the other. You're looking at charting it and planning it. Communication and presentation skills are also huge, obviously, because you've got the mic and you have to be able to communicate that. But one of the other things that we also talk about is astronauts are astronauts, they're scientists and everything else. But when astronauts are done, they're public speakers is basically what it comes down to. They do tours, they do book speeches and everything like that. And that's a skill. So our students can practice presentation skills on their own by researching and presenting their own information. And the weather satellites is also another one, the NOAA images that come back, whether they are coded or uncoded. You can take a look through the information from there. And weather is a part of the 3rd grade curriculum. It's part of the 4th grade curriculum. It's reviewed again in 5th grade. So there are lots of tie-ins that you can do for this too. One of the other things that we do more frequently now that ARRS is back up and running with direct contacts, quite frequently we will go out and listen whenever there's an ARRS contact, either at K6DUE as a ground station or any of the local ones. There was one in near Richmond, Virginia, in Hopewell. And we were able to listen to the downlink, and we were able to talk more about frequencies and spectrum and things like that, because the kids were like, why can't we hear what their questions are? It's on a different channel. So we don't want to listen to both channels, and we can't anyway. We're not going to listen to the uplink because we already know what the questions are. We were able to print them out. So my students here are reading their questions and hearing the astronaut answer back. And it's fun because it's so in real time that the kids are like, they're answering us. I said, they're not answering you. They're answering the question. They can't hear you, but they're able to get all of the information from it. And they think that it's the coolest thing, which it is. And they're practicing their timing as well, because if they stumble through the question, they're not going to get the question off before the astronaut on the downlink starts answering it. So they practice some of those questions too before we do them.
Rotate through them. And so everybody gets a chance. We bake, well, we don't actually have an oven to bake cookies, but someone might pull them out of their package for us. We cut hair, we clean house, and we all rotate, we all take part. Over.
How are AR and VR technologies utilized for astronaut training in
We do use it on the ISS. We use it in particular to get ready for spacewalks, and we train with our little jetpacks using VR in case for some reason we come off the space station during our spacewalk and we have to fly our jetpacks back to it.
So, and we do these all the time whenever they have the opportunity, even if they're not my students directly. I will typically find a classroom and I will go in and do a quick, hey, I want you guys to understand what it is that we're going to be listening to so that you can hear everything, you can see where it's going. One of the other things that we're able to do educationally as far as that is we look at degrees, because I pull out the compass because we need to know where it is that where acquisition of signal is and where they're going to be losing the signal. So we look at the degrees on the compass, and the kids are able to kind of start figuring in real life. I'm like, well, we talk about right angles all the time. Right angles is going to be straight up. We're looking at 90 degrees. And they're able to figure out too. I said, all right, so you've got our tree line in the back of the school. We're going to want to be as far away from the tree line as we can. Trees are usually somewhere between 10 and 20 degrees from ground, depending on where you are. So the kids know that as the satellite, or in this case, the International Space Station, is coming up, they'll know when they would start being able to hear some of it. They're like, it's almost above the tree line. We're getting close. As if you're going to start hearing it then. So these are ways to tie in all of our math skills in a way that they understand and say, oh, I've seen this before. It's not just angles that we're drawing on paper. If we put it out in the world, we now have 20 degrees, 45 degrees. This pass, the highest it's going to be is here. So in order to get there and it has to end up over there, we follow the path. And I'm like, all right, so you have to follow with your antenna. And they take turns holding the antenna and holding the radio and asking questions. There's so much that goes in just to that. So even if I don't have students in my classroom at that time, I will go and find students and a receptive teacher that will say, I guess we've got 30 minutes, go ahead. And because although it's a 10-minute contact, I can talk for a while and explain to them what it is that's going on. This is my Maddie that you saw earlier. This is her last year, I believe. So she is now in 8th grade, I think. This is her 7th grade. And when she started her ham radio career, she was in 3rd grade, and she took the technician license and worked with our ham radio group. And I think that, again, is a huge part of it. The ham radio group was able to work with her. If they needed to, they would read a couple questions out loud instead of having them hear them in her head. She was able to ask clarifying questions that made it very clear that she knew what the answer was. She just didn't understand what the question was. And by the end of 5th grade, she had upgraded to her general, and that wasn't on me. That was completely studying on her own, studying with her parents, and she wanted to do that. She has done the QSO parties and loves contesting, and you'll hear some of that in here too. But this is Maddie. You can see that it says Antietam. My students came up with that name. We're Antietam Elementary in Prince William County. And when we first started this, I said, hey guys, you're going to have to come up with a name for our club. And they came back literally 5 minutes later and they said, hey, we have a name. And I said, you don't have a name in 5 minutes. They said, Antietam. I said, and you do have a name. All right, go back and sit down. You can start drawing some stuff about what we're going to be doing. So cute name, cute group. It works out really nicely. So this is Maddie now, a couple years after she has gotten both her technician and her general.
Hi, my name is Maddie. I'm a general class amateur radio operator. My call sign is KN4AUC. Mrs. Lamont got me interested in ham radio because she started a ham radio club at school, and I had no clue what it was, but I decided to try it. It ended up being a lot of fun, and I really like making contacts with people, which is basically talking to somebody else on the radio. And it was a lot of fun when I made a contact. Somebody was using 6 watts of power. That's very little power. And I like getting pileups, and a pileup is when a bunch of people want to talk to you all at once. And also, I have an advantage when making contacts because women's voices and kids' voices get across a lot better than just normal men's voices. And so that makes it a lot better. And I was able to contact the ISS, which is the International Space Station, with our school. And some other people got to ask them questions. And I got to open and close the contact. And it was actually on the news. And I like to set up the antennas outside when we are going to do a contest. There's a lot of wires, and it's a lot of fun, especially when the antenna is really tall. And on Mrs. Lamont's antenna, there's a little flag at the top, so that you can tell which way the wind is blowing. And I really like to go to HRO, which is the ham radio outlet, because I like to look at their radios and antennas because it's really cool. And they also have a whole thing of QSL cards on the wall. And QSL cards are so when you make a contact with somebody, sometimes they'll send you a QSL card, which is like their information and saying thanks for the contact, and you're supposed to send one back. And we also got to, me and my dad got to, when we went to the eclipse, we made this eclipse mob thing so that we could try to hear some people making contact during the eclipse, which I don't think it really worked that well. And I really like contests. I don't know if I said that, but because I like the QSO party a lot, especially the one for Virginia, because I get to make a lot of contacts with people, and I really like to. I really like it a lot. It's a lot of fun. And also during the ISS contact, we only get a certain amount of time to talk to them, and amateur radio is a really big hobby. It's probably you probably actually dealt with it, and you just don't know it. Bye.
And I love all of Maddie's stuff just because it is so clear from her discussions that not only is she a kid, but she's got a lot of technical knowledge that's behind all of that, but it is still very clear that she is a small child, which I think is really cool to see, and that she picked it up so quickly. She's brilliant too, so that didn't hurt. But I think that what it comes down to though is that this isn't something that's easy to integrate. It really, it's all there, but you have to know where it is in order to pull it together. It's hard to find the time. It's hard to find support. It's hard to get an antenna. It's hard to get approval from schools. It's hard to get equipment. Finding a way to scale this down so that elementary age students can figure these things out and be proficient in it in order to take a test in it if that's what they choose to do takes time. But I think obviously from a lot of the stuff that you've seen and even from Maddie's testimonial, it is worth the effort that it takes to get them to that point. And I think if we're looking at an extension to all of this, if we can't find a way to do this, we're done. And there are so many relevant connections to all of this that it's hard not to be able to do that. Knowing what we know is important to share it with them so that they can continue moving forward and learn what they want to learn and take it to the next level, which I think is the cool part about all of it. Melissa, are you still on? Did you want to add anything for some of your high schools? Okay, good enough. So is there any questions? Yes.
You mentioned that you had a support club, radio club. Did they happen to have an equipment library? A number of clubs do.
No, they didn't have an equipment library, but one of the things that we were able to do, I got lots of donations from some of the other hams because as most people know, hams don't usually just have one set of gear. So they were able to drop off radios. They were, oh, you know what, I've upgraded this one and you would need an antenna for this one. And there's no mic, but if they don't have a license anyway, they can't transmit. So you guys can be playing around with this. I had kids that would come in at lunchtime and would just spin the dial and see what they could find. And it didn't matter that there wasn't a mic on there. So no, we didn't, but we were able to get donations from lots of different places.
Okay. And it's sufficient to do the curriculum in a full way.
Yeah.
Piecemeal.
Yeah, and we were able to do most of what we did directly was in an after-school program in order to share the true facts about it. But all of the other stuff was done during school. There were always ways to tie it in, and if there wasn't, they would, even if it wasn't something that we were currently studying, it was very easy to say, hey, remember when we learned about this? We're continuing with that now, which was easy to tie back. And one of the big things for most students anyway is being able to tie it back to background knowledge. Remember when we did this? This is a part of that.
I noticed that that's also a form of code switching or translation when you translate gobbledygook from the experts and into age appropriate language.
Yeah, and that it's difficult not only as an adult, but it's once the kids have figured it out, they're able to connect things to it. Say, oh, we did something like this, which makes it nice.
Do you work and additionally with other schools and other organizations that support schools? I mean, we have one.
I'm the director of ARRL for education. I'm the director of education for ARRL, so I do reach out for other schools as they contact us. There isn't, as far as within my school community and neighboring schools, no. When we had our ARRL contact, we did reach out to other schools to see if they wanted to come and listen, or we told them about it so that they were able to listen in on our YouTube channel when we did it. But most of the outreach that we do now, that I do now, is through ARRL.
I know that there are such ham clubs in other schools, including high schools mostly, but
yes, yeah, we haven't found any locally that we've communicated with, but School Club Roundup is obviously a big one. So. Other questions? I got my license. So we had our contact in 2017. I got my license in 2016. And so if I got my license in 2016, we started our club in 2016. And when we left for pandemic, we were still trying to find a time to fit it in. We obviously didn't do it at all last year. And this year we have looked at, this year we have done basically the downlinks, and we've talked about some things, but we haven't started the club back up yet.
Vienna Wireless has sponsored school programs off and on for 15 years at least, I know of.
Yeah,
So-
Woodbridge Wireless was huge in order to make that happen, because the ham that contacted me was a part of Woodbridge Wireless and said, here's what we're gonna do.
I might also mention that Fairfax County has an outreach for schools and community centers, which includes after-school programs for children. And we've had a number of technology gatherings where students would collect their projects and share them with one another, and organizations would share their employment opportunities, future opportunities and such.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Melissa and Kathy, I cannot thank you guys enough. I'm filled with awe and wonder for a couple of reasons. One is I'm thrilled that you were able to join us today. We've all learned something. And two, I wish you had taught my kids and had taught me. And so the thing that we need to do with you two is we need to clone you. We need about 100 Kathys and Melissas to get out there and teach kids the thrill and joy of amateur radio. A couple of things I took away from that. One is it is every one of our responsibility to go find an elementary school and offer your help to be a part of their STEM curriculum. You can call it STEM and then slowly be a Trojan horse to get them into radio. Through robotics, through drones, through space communications, there are a lot of pathways, but in many cases it starts with an enthusiastic, interested, willing amateur radio operator going to a school and offering their services. So the last thing I took away from Kathy and Melissa was, if two waves want to talk to each other, they need to be on the same frequency. Thank you, Kathy and Melissa. We're just thrilled that you guys were here. We're going to take a break until 1 o'clock, and then at 1 o'clock, we've got another Grammy award-winning presentation coming up. And it's all going to be about how to get off our rumps and get into the parks. And the folks are going to be sharing with us how they did this, started from 0 and ended up being nationally ranked in short order. So come back at 1 o'clock and we're going to learn something and have some fun. Thank you.
Here you go. Great. It's on a, you're on a short leash.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let me put it under.
Okay. That's good enough.
Alrighty, folks, thank you so much for joining us for the 1 o'clock session. This is going to be another superb, interesting, and well-done session. We've heard so much about the aspects of the hobby. One of the great dimensions of our hobby is something that gets us outdoors, gets us using our radio, keeps us social. And I think it's a lovely insertion point for the public at large, because we've got folks out in parks with their gear, talking up a storm, obviously having fun. And so there's the opportunity for serendipity, for discussions with the public about what you're doing. And those always work well for amateur radio operators. The two folks that are going to talk to us today are Leon Bruner and Mike Magnotti. These are impossibly talented fellows that have gone from a standing start to being national ranked at Parks on the Air. From my view, it takes three things to be good at Parks on the Air. One is you got to have some portable gear. You have to have procedures that allow you to be successful. And three, you have to have a go get it done attitude. These two guys have those three qualities in abundance. So I'm pleased to relinquish the mic to our presenters.
All right, well, I hope I live up to the advanced billing. Thank you, Don, very much. It's going to be hard to live up to that. If I had to walk through the door now, I don't think my head would fit. So anyway, well, good afternoon. I'm Leon Bruner, NT8B, and this is my colleague, KD4 Mike Magnotti. And the presentation I'm going to give this afternoon is going to, we're going to share our adventures in Parks on the Air with you this afternoon. Are we working okay, mic-wise and everything? All right. All right, now I can wander around. Okay, so here we go. So this afternoon, I'm going to take you a walk through our experience with Parks on the Air. And what I hope is that this will stimulate some interest among you to go out and do the same thing, because it's really quite straightforward and it's an awful lot of fun to do. We have in the last year we've done this. We've enjoyed what we've done tremendously, and what it does is it gets us out in the outdoors. This is a typical scene that we run into. This is just outside of Washington, D.C. on the way to Roosevelt Island. That was whenever we walked out to a park early one day. We see things like Great Falls National Park. This is a photograph of us setting up at Wolf Trap. And one point to make here is that all of these parks, or if you live in the DC area, these are all within easy driving distance from my home. Most of these are no more than 20 minutes to a half an hour drive away. So there's real opportunity around the area here. But the other thing is that you don't have to be tied down to one location. This is a photograph of a park I activated on a trip to Texas. We went down to see my son, who was working down in the very southernmost part of Texas, and I put my KX3 and a battery in my backpack and was able to activate the park in Texas. It's a lot of fun. And then the other thing that you get to do is you make crazy numbers of contacts. This is probably the closest I'll ever get to being on a de-expedition and working a pileup. It gets that good when we're out in a park in the afternoon. And this just gives you a little short snippet of what we see and hear when we're out on one of these activations.
Whiskey Delta 4 Alpha, you're 5858 into Western North Carolina. Over.
USL, Whiskey Delta 4 Alpha, I copy 58 into North Carolina, and you are 59 into Park Kilo 0692. Enjoy your weekend, 73.
Thanks so much, have fun.
This is Kilo Delta 4, Mike QRZ.
just caught the tail end of it there. There was probably a dozen people calling Mike just at the end of that contact. So that's the way these typically go. Some of the contacts are really short, and other times we get into contacts that are absolutely hilarious, including guys who are up early in the morning who haven't quite worn off the libations of the night before, and those are really quite interesting. The other thing is that we make contacts all over the place. So this is a map, and I'll show you how we generate these maps in a minute. But on this particular activation, we worked as far west as Alaska, and then we worked several stations in Europe, and then a bunch of stations all in the middle, all in one day. So if you get it set up right, it works really well, and you can make a lot of contacts. In fact, on this particular map, we were out one day at Sky Meadow State Park. We got there about 1 in the afternoon, and we packed up at 5 just when it started to rain and our batteries pooped out. But by the time we were done, we had worked 250 contacts in the afternoon. So it was a really good day and a lot of fun. This is a little bit more of a close-up just to give you a sense for the scatter of the contacts in the states that we made. So anyway, how do you get into this Parks on the Air thing? What's it all about? Well, Parks on the Air is an organization. It's a not-for-profit organization that is been put together by a group of people who just love going out in parks, and they've done an absolutely fantastic job of putting this program together. This is their website, and what they're set up to do is to help you make run portable operations from state and national parks. Local parks and city parks and so forth, there's just too many of them, so they're not on the list. So any state park or national park qualifies for the program. The thing that's nice about POTA is that there's hardly any rules. There's a code of conduct, which basically says, please be nice whenever you're out in a park. But otherwise, the list of rules and regulations is pretty short. And you can find this website very easily. It's www.parksontheair.com, and it's there for you to use. And I highly recommend it if you're interested in this. Okay, so how does this Parks on the Air business work? Well, there are 2 types of operators in Parks on the Air. There's the activators. The activators are the guys and gals who go out into the parks. And then there are the hunters or chasers, usually folks working from home who are looking to collect parks. And there are people, are we having an issue or a wireless mic? Is this it right here? Is this what you're looking for? Okay, there we go. Okay, so where was I? I was talking about hunters. Hunters are operators who are typically trying to collect parks, and there are all kinds of different prizes for collecting parks, worked all the parks in the state, et cetera, et cetera. You can just imagine what they are, and you can find where those awards are on the Parks on the Air website. So hunters, 10 hunters and chasers are looking for folks who are out in the parks. And then the other thing that can happen is that there's oftentimes on a day multiple activators out at the same time. And it turns out that activators like to work activators in situations that are known as park-to-park contacts. So we like to collect park-to-parks because we get awards for doing that as well. So if you want to get started in POTA, you don't have to leave your house, just become a hunter, and it's really easy to do. And the way you do it is go to the Parks on the Air website. And what you can see here is, let's see, do I have a pointer? I don't have a pointer. I'll use this pointer here for the audience. So if you go into the Parks on the Air website, you can find a place where there's activations, and you'll come up to this page right here, and it shows you all the stations who have either spotted themselves or been spotted by usually other hunters. And it makes it pretty easy to tune up and down the band and find the stations. Stations typically operate either CW or sideband, and there's some digital operations from the parks. And depending on what your radio setup is, there's some filters on the top. So you can filter if you're interested in working stations on 40 meters on sideband, you can set the filters for those, and you can find the stations and then tune up and down the band and find them. And that's it. That's all you need to do. You don't need to register. You don't need to do anything if you don't want to. But if you're interested in collecting some awards as a hunter, it's no cost. All you need to do is to go to the POTA website and register your call there. And then what happens is the activators, typically when they go out to parks, are very interested in submitting their logs. And when their log is submitted with your call sign in it, you go into the database and you just automatically begin to collect the award. So as a hunter, you don't need to do anything. You don't have to pay anything. Just register on the website and then start contacting stations, activator stations. And what happens is again, on another page on the Parks on the Air website, as you begin to work stations, your statistics will begin to appear on a page like this. And you can see that parks you've activated and parks that you've hunted are collected on this website. Like I said, automatically it's up there. And so you can begin to do it that way. And then after you've worked enough parks, you can earn awards. So this is an award. It's called the Arizona Agave Award. They have some very interesting names for these awards. This one says that I contacted 100 unique parks. And again, I didn't have to do anything to do this other than make the contacts and have the activators log my station. So that's it for hunting. Pretty straightforward, pretty easy, and a lot of fun. You get to learn how to break up pileups while you're at it. Mike, do you want to add anything to what I've said so far? Okay. All right, very good. So, all right, let's move on to activating parks here. So activating is going out to a park. And as I said earlier, that's either state parks or national parks. So where do you find these parks? Well, again, back to the Parks on the Air website. And what I've shown here are two clips. One is of the Washington, D.C. area. And I just picked the United Kingdom as another example. And you'll notice that on this map, there are a large number of yellow dots. Each one of those yellow dots represents an activatable park. So you can see in our area, for example, there are tons of parks that are available for us to activate. But if you're traveling, again, just another example, the UK, you can see there's parks all over the UK. You can see a little snippet of the Netherlands there. So a lot of parks in Europe and other places around the world. And you can take your rig and activate from those. And then you can zero in on a park. And so if you click on one of those little yellow dots, so I zoomed in on the DC area, and this is a map of showing Roosevelt Island. And if you click on that little yellow dot, it opens up this little window that gives the park number, in this case, K0791. And then if you click on that little page, then it opens up another window that takes you to the park itself. And it shows you who the stations, how many stations have activated, who's activated it the most, when the activators have gone, who's got the top scores on the park. So all kinds of statistics. It's kind of like baseball. You can get a statistic for everything. And I know you can't see it there, but the top two, or the number 2 and number 3 activators are NT8B and KD4 Mike. We got out there. We had a really good day out on Roosevelt Island and made a lot of contacts. So it's kind of fun to get in the on the leaderboard when you do these parks. I like to check them before I go, so I can see how many I need to get in order to break a record. Okay, and then like I said, for the same, it's the same for the activators. This group loves its awards. And I've shown just one. This is called, this one is called the Rhino Activator Radar Award, Rapid Deployment of Amateur Radio. And if in this case, this particular award, the Rhino Award is for activating 3 parks within a 24-hour period. And I think we've done 5 as the most. And you can, the top award for the radar is like 10 parks. So if you could do 10 parks in 24 hours, that takes you to the top of the list. I mentioned Park to Parks a few minutes ago. This is just another award for working parks, and we all like working each other. You know, it's good camaraderie because we all say, you know, have a great day. Thanks for the activation. Enjoy it. I hope you're having fun, et cetera, et cetera. That's the other really nice thing about this, is that it's very collegial to do Parks on the Air. It's not terribly competitive. And you get to know folks after a while, because many of the folks who are activators are regulars. There are some who do like way more than we do, but you get used to hearing calls and hearing people out there, and it's really friendly and a lot of fun. Okay, so what about equipment and setup? So what I like to do, I think Mike and I are fairly aligned on this. We like to keep it really simple. So my sort of guiding principle on all this has been, I want to be able, unless I'm going on a hike, if we drive into a park, I want to be able to get wherever I'm going in one trip. So I try to minimize the gear to the biggest extent that I can. And so this is a typical setup. We have, and Mike has got, can show them here on the table. This is, we keep our gear in one backpack, and then we typically carry a battery. And then depending on the facilities that are available, and I'll talk more about that in a second, we might carry a chair or a mast. But the basic idea is we want to be able to get from the car to wherever it is we're going in just one trip. So, and this is what's in the bag. So there's typically, and you really need three things to make an activation work. So you need a radio and its battery. So you need some power. You need something to log with, and you need an antenna. So radio, battery, antenna, and some way to log, and that's it. Now we show here some digital gear. Some people like to do FT8 in parks, and we take our digital stuff along with us. I've never done a digital activation, but no, Mike hasn't either, but they're out there as well. And you can bring that along without adding too much weight to your gear. So radios now, I'm going to talk a little bit about the different types of radios that folks are using for this. Really anything goes. Anything that you can get to a picnic table in a park is just fine. Sometimes people like to use the larger radios, like I'm just showing an example of ICOM 7300 or a DX10. So people will take their portable desktop, I'll call them desktop radios along with. The radio that we like to use is the FT891. This is a nice full power radio that works very well on sideband and CW. And for us, it's worked extremely well. Others like the Yaesu 817, there's a lot of folks out there with the little Elecraft radios, KX3, KX2, the Chinese radios, Xiegu, and the Discovery radios are often, you hear about them. And then if you want to go really, really, really small, these are examples of the last two are examples of little CW radios that people take out. They'll put out from 1 to 5 watts. The QCX Mini is a really nice little CW radio. You can carry it easily in a backpack with a little small battery and a CW key, and you're off and running. It works extremely well. And this is a typical setup. This is our 891 setup. We do carry an antenna tuner, but we can get away without it. But we tune up our antenna. We use an NFET half wave that I'll talk about in just a minute. And then over on the left, you can see the laptop. We find it's very nice to use a computer for logging. We don't connect the radios together, again, to keep it simple. We just type in the call signs as we go. But that, and then there's a battery. I don't show the battery on the picture here, but the antenna. But again, that's it. That's all you need. This is the setup that I took to Texas. So I have a little KX2, a little small tablet style computer. You can see my antenna, feed line, and a bag for wires and connectors. And again, I put that all in my backpack, over the shoulder, right straight through the TSA without any problems. I said to him, "Hey, I got a radio and a battery. You want to see it?" He said, "No, I'll put it through." And I got through 2 TSA checks without any questions. So I was able to travel with the radio and the battery without any problems. Okay, so antennas. I already mentioned that the antenna that we like to use works really well for us is the NFET half wave antenna. Our NFET half waves are Homebrew. The way they work is they have a 49-to-1 transformer on one end of the antenna that connects to the feed line. The feed line, of course, then goes to the radio. And then we typically, and I'll show you how we do it in just a second, toss a line up in a tree, or we bring a mast with us, and we put the far end up in a tree. All of our NFET half waves are Homebrew NFET. So for about less than $20, I can build one of these antennas. So we ordered the toroids, we wrapped the wires, and we 3D printed the mounts there. And then we wind the wire on the winder, and it just makes for a very nice, compact little antenna. In fact, here's a picture of another style that we use. So these are FT 14043 toroids wrapped with wire, the transformer wire to make a 49-to-1 transformer. And then the feed line that is just wrapped around the winder there. And again, it makes it very easy for deployment. The wire itself is cut for a half wave on 40 meters. So, and the nice thing about this antenna is that it works on multiple bands. So it works on 40, 20, 15, and 10 meters without any problems. Don't need the tuner except maybe for 10 meters whenever it needs to be touched up there a little bit. But otherwise, it's a multi-band antenna that really works quite well for us. Okay, so how do we deploy the antenna? Well, we get the far end, the far end of the wire up above the ground about 30 feet or so. One way of doing it is to use an arborist throw weight, an arborist line, and I got a little demo tongue in cheek on how we do that. And I skipped over it here. Let's try this again.
Here we are at Clara Barton National Historic Site, where Leon Bruner, famous antenna placement expert, is throwing his first line up in the tree. Of course, as always, first shot, best shot.
So Mike's pulling my leg, of course. It's usually mini shots, but that's how we do it. But once we get it up in a tree, then what we do is we just attach the end of the antenna line with a little carabiner-like clip there. We just pull it up, and then the other end, the feed part of the antenna, we've done it all different kinds of ways. We've hung it from a tree. You might be able to see it hanging next to that tree right there. When I was down in Texas, this was on a really small little piece of ground. And so what I did was there was a fence in the back corner. So I used the arborist line to go over the top of the tree. And then where's the pointer here? I'm sorry for you folks online, but anyway, there's the feed point. It goes up over the tree. And then what I did was I bought at the local Lowe's one of these, they're portable electric fence posts. You can just stick them in the ground with your foot. So that's what this little white thing is right here. So the antenna line just goes up right over the tree, and I attached it to that electric fence post, and I made a ton of QSOs on 5 watts for this park. So it worked really well. My portable XYL. Oh yes, that's my portable YL sitting behind me. Yes, reading a book. She's very long suffering, my YL. Okay, and then we have other configuration we run. This is where the antenna feed point is mounted really low to the ground, and you can see in this area the trees were pretty short, so we didn't have a tall tree. And Mike just he's got an example of his mast over there. He just bungee corded the mast to the side of the tree and ran the mast up with a wire on it. And again, we made a ton of contacts there. And then this is another configuration that I've used. This has my 49-to-1 balun in a little box right here. And then this is a 10-meter mast. So the wire is nearly vertical, goes right up the top. So this, in effect, this was cut for 20 meters. Half wave of 20 meters is 10. So, it's a 10-meter mast. And so I had an end-fed half wave that was configured in a vertical fashion. And again, I like using these, they're called portable electric fence posts. And they have a little thing that you can step on it with your foot and a spike, and you just push it into the ground. And it makes just a really nice temporary low impact holder for your antennas. And so I stuck that in the ground. I bungee corded the mast to that. And then you can see I just ran some guy lines to keep it from falling over. And so that was it. I'm able to deploy this in about 10 minutes. It's very easy to use. And again, it works really well. So, and these are all homebrew. Like I said, they cost less than 20 bucks. You can make these things. If you'd rather go commercial, there's a broad range of commercial options available. The one in the middle is the Wolf River coil. There's a lot of folks who like to use those. Upper left, par end feds antennas work quite well. A lot of folks speak highly of the Pactenna antenna, which is in the lower left. The buddy pole is a really nice system, but it's really expensive. And it works fine. And then Soda Beams also makes very lightweight portable antennas in different configurations that are readily available. Okay, and so that's it for antennas. Again, our philosophy is to try to keep it simple, and that's the reason we like the end-fed half wave so well. With regard to power, the primary power that we use is a portable ammo can. We just I got mine at Harbor Freight for $8, And I put a couple of USB ports on the front of it, a couple switches and a voltmeter, and then some Anderson power poles to get at the wiring that's inside. So you can see that depicted in the back left of the photo there. And then I also have a couple of BioNO batteries that I carry around. I have an even smaller one that I haven't shown here that I carried in my backpack on the airlines without any trouble. I have a solar panel, but it turns out I've never used the solar panel in any of the activations we've done. There's only one time that I ran my battery flat, and that was on that day that we did the 250 QSOs. I pushed the button one time and everything went black. And fortunately, Mike had his pack there, and we made a quick switch, and we were off and running again. So we used up a 30 amp hour battery on that day. So I like the BioNO batteries because you can use the rated amp hours is if you buy an 8 amp hour battery, you can get 8 amperes out of them. I tend not to like the sealed lead acid batteries because they're heavy. And if you buy an 8 amp hour SLA battery, you shouldn't run it down any more than about 4 amp hours. Otherwise, it ruins the battery. So I like the BioNOs the best. They have a long life, many recharges and so forth. This is a picture of my Homebrew box. I already described it. You can see the USB ports, and you can see on the left side where I put the Anderson power poles. If I were to make another one of these, I'd make it a lot simpler than this. I got a little carried away. You only really need one USB and an on-off switch. And if you like a voltmeter, I would recommend doing that. You can make it like Mike's, yeah. This is the inside of my box. I use these Wago connectors, which is really nice, makes them flexible. And then one thing I did put in my box that I like is I have an Epic Power Gate. And the reason I put that in there is that it makes my battery box universally chargeable. I can charge it from the car with 12 volts. If I bring my BioNO charger, I can charge it like in a hotel room or on the road from a 110 outlet. And then this power gate also allows me to put my solar panel in. It has a solar power regulator in it, so I can use that to charge the batteries as well. A lot of folks take solar panels with them. Like I said, it's not necessary because on a typical day, we don't run our battery down all the way, but many folks do use them. So that's the story on power. Again, just keep it simple. And you're welcome to come up and look at Mike's box after the presentation if you're interested. Okay, the other thing I mentioned you really need to do is logging. And the reason logging is important is because when you're out in a park, you're the operator, and all those activators who take the time of the day to come and contact you really want you to put their logs in. And that's their reward, is you put your log in. So it's really essential when you're out on an activation to log your contacts. And again, you can, a lot of folks use just pen and paper. So I took this photograph from, if you're interested in bloggers who are doing this sort of stuff, this is K4SWL, and he uses, his website is qrper.com, and he does some really nice YouTube videos. And sometimes when he goes out to a park, he just logs with pencil and paper. I don't like pencil and paper because when I get home, I have to sit down and enter all the calls by hand. And I don't do very well with that kind of bureaucracy. So I tend not to use paper and pencil, but instead I'll use a logger that's available called Hammers, HAMRS. And I'm not sure what Hammer stands for, but it's a really nice piece of software. One thing that's really nice about it, if you use it on a laptop, there's no cost for it. You can download it, it's freeware, made readily available by the author. And he's done a great job putting this software together. And the reason I like it for POTA is that it has a POTA template in it that has all the fields that you need to make a correct log. And it just really works very well for our activations. And this is a page you can see across the top. There's the form that you fill out when you're doing the operations. And then it provides 3 different windows while you're operating. So in this particular window down below, you can see that it keeps a running tally of the contacts that you've made. And then if you want, the other thing that's really nice is that if you have internet access and you can connect I connect wirelessly with my phone, it will go to the POTA website and it will collect the spots. You remember that spot page that I showed you a little bit earlier? The spots are come into the software, so you can tune up and down the band looking for parks so that you can get those park-to-park contacts. And again, the really nice thing about this is that with each of these little cards here, represents one station, one park that's on the air. If you hear him, you can click on this little button right here, and it copies all of his contact information, his frequency, his park, and all that. It fills all the fields. So you're free to work him, and as soon as you do, you just log him and you move on to the next. And so you can keep working down. It changes color whenever you work a station. So again, it's just a really POTA-friendly piece of software. The other thing it does is it makes these nice little maps. So the map that I showed you, it collects all the calls. It goes into a database, and it maps out the calls for you, so you can see who you've spoken with. Okay. So why do we like to do this? I hope you've gotten the drift so far that it's really challenging, and we find that it's an awful lot of fun. So when we go out to these parks, we never really know sometimes exactly what we're going to get. Sometimes when we get to a park, it's a nice picnic table under a nice shade tree, and there's another tree just down the road a ways that we can toss our line into, and the setup is really easy and quite comfortable. This is a picture of the Manassas Battlefield Park, which is, again, not too far from here. There's a nice pavilion there, so we were able to sit under the pavilion and put our antenna out on the tree. I showed the antenna a little bit earlier. That was the one where we had the antenna bungeed around the tree. So that was at this park here. So once we got the antenna up, we went into the pavilion and operated from there. It was really comfortable. But sometimes whenever we get to a park, the only thing we can find is a park bench. So this is an example of that. And we have a little portable table that we can just sling over our arms. And again, on the philosophy of one trip to the picnic, one trip to the park bench, that's how we do it. So we set up the little table, put the radio on it. We just operated from the park bench. And then sometimes there's not even a park bench, there's just a parking lot. So we'll set up a table and operate from the table, and there you go. When I operated another park in Texas, I didn't show the pictures because I was worried about the time here. I just operated from the back seat of the rental car. So I put the antenna up and just opened the back seat of the car, put the driver's seat as far forward as I could, and just operated with my KX3 on my knee, and it worked just fine. Okay, some other things to consider when you're activating POTA. If you decide to do it and go out and do an activation, it's a really great idea to schedule your activation. So I'm sure it's hard to see in the room here, but again, on the POTA website, you can go to a page that allows you to schedule your activation. And there's two reasons for doing that. POTA activations don't work without hunters. And this makes it really easy for the hunters to find you. So if you let the hunters know you're going to be out there and they need your park, they'll be ready for you and they'll be looking for you. So that's a big benefit. And the other thing is that if you're a CW operator, if you register beforehand, and then if you start calling CQ POTA from a park, when the reverse beacon network picks you up, it automatically feeds your call sign into the POTA network so that you get spotted. So it puts your frequency and the time and all the park information if you've registered in advance. So it's a big advantage to a CW operator to register beforehand because you get an automatic spot through the reverse beacon network, which is a big help. The other thing that's good to do is to carry some stuff that makes you look official. Sometimes park rangers are your friend and sometimes they're not very friendly. And in fact, Mike and I were out at a wildlife preserve and the guy came up and he said, "What are you doing?" And we said, "Well, we're operating a radio station." "Well, you can't do that here." And well, why not? He says, "Well, it's not on the list." And I said to him, "Well, does that mean we have to go?" "Yes." So that was it. We got our 10 contacts that we got out of there. So that was on a day. We did 5 parks activation that day. So that was the shortest park of the day. Anyway, it's helpful to take stuff along that makes you kind of look official. And oftentimes we run into rangers who are really curious and they say, oh, wow, that's neat. I'd really like to do that. And you have other ones like this other guy who's a big problem. So you just see the whole spectrum. The other thing is, speaking of park rangers, it's a good idea to kind of get a sense for what's allowed and what's not allowed. So I have family in Michigan, and it turns out in Michigan in the state parks, they don't like you to put ropes in trees. So if you're going to go to a place like that, it's good to know. And so when I activated a park in Michigan, I just used my fiberglass mast and bungee corded it to a picnic table, and I kept everybody happy that way. But anyway, I wear a badge typically, and I carry my FCC license with me, and then I have a laminated sheet that says this is Parks on the Air, this is what it's all about, what we're trying to do, and all that sort of thing. So again, a little preparation in advance can grease the skids if you need it along the way. The other thing is that you get a lot of if you're a geocacher, you heard the term muggles, you get a lot of muggles coming to see you as well. So a lot of people are curious. They see, oh, what are you guys doing? Who are you talking to? And it's a nice way to talk about amateur radio. And again, if you can show them your badge and your park, it just really helps with the external relations, I guess you could say. And then there's some other things to think about: personal safety. So, when you get into the woods is beautiful. It's a really lovely place, and we really love it. And so do the bugs. So it's a good idea just to kind of begin to think about a little personal safety. I always carry with me a can of insect repellent, and then sometimes there's no shade where you are, and it can be a bright sunny day. So it's a good idea to bring some sunscreen. So, again, just little safety things. And then the other is that sometimes when you go out to these parks, you're really in the boondocks. And so you should bring water. And if you want to have a little something to eat, I typically throw in some granola bars and stuff like that. And, I'll plan for the trip. If I know if I'm going to be going to a couple of parks and passing by a McDonald's or a 7-Eleven or who knows what, and I know I can get food and stuff, then I'll prepare that way. But oftentimes we just bring our own stuff and have a little snack. And of course, having good, fresh, clean water is really important when you're out on these activations. The other thing is to check the weather. The weather could be your friend or it could really be your enemy. So, before we go out, we'll do an advanced weather forecast. And this is really important if you're thinking about doing an activation that's out in the boondocks and where you want to hike. You just want to be prepared. And then the last thing I'll show is that if you're going to do some hiking, again, dress for the occasion, put on your boots, take your hiking sticks, dress, pack the proper clothes and all that sort of thing, so that you're prepared for the weather and you can be safe whenever you're out there. So overall, it's just a lot of fun to do. One other thing that I want to mention about this is that doing POTA activations is really good if you're also interested in emergency communications, because I now know that if I needed to go and do an operation somewhere in an emergency condition, I got my battery box and I got my bag and I'm out the door. And when I get to where I need to go, I can set up a station that's capable of working the whole US, north and south into Canada, as far west as Alaska, and all the way into Europe. I could set it up and have it up and running in about 20 minutes. So it's really helped me develop my deployment skills so that I can set up a station, get it up and running very quickly, and I'm off and ready to go if needed. So this is my last slide, where to go to learn more. There's just a ton of information available on the web. The best place, you've heard me mention it a million times, is parksontheair.com. Treasure trove of information. They've got all the stuff on there, questions and answers, how to do it, all the award stuff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's really good. And there's also a bunch of YouTube channels that are pretty interesting. I put K8MRD radio stuff. He's pretty funny and has some really helpful videos. K4SWL at QRPeer.com. I mentioned him a little bit earlier. He's just this really laid back guy who goes out and he does these activations, and there's a lot of little gems buried in his or throughout his YouTube videos. Another guy out in Wisconsin who makes antennas, KB9 VBR, is kind of fun. And then the last one, if you're really interested in extreme outdoor stuff, you've got he's an American guy who lives in Finland. His call sign is O Oscar Hotel 8 Sierra Tango November, And he does really serious off-grid stuff up in the tundra, way up north in Finland. And he takes his dog out and he sets up his tent and he builds a fire inside his tent, cooks his food. And, I mean, it's just pretty amazing what he does. But again, really interesting stuff about building batteries and operating seriously off-grid. So he's pretty entertaining to listen to. And then, of course, just doing web searches on this stuff. So anyway, it's a blast. We love doing it. This is a picture of the two of us. And maybe that's another thing I'll mention as well. We really like going out together and having a buddy. Where's your buddy is really a good thing because we help each other. And the activators, they love getting two contacts. So one of us will be calling CQ, and at the end of the exchange, he'll say, would you work a second operator? Oh, sure, we'll be glad to do that. And so then we do the exchange as well. And it just works out really, really nicely. We help each other put up the antennas, and we kind of keep each other safe as well. It's you avoid the one-man rule that way. And so anyway, it's fun doing it with more than one. So with that, maybe Mike, I'll ask if you want to add anything to what I've said.
Sorry. Yeah, if anybody wants to come up afterwards and take a closer look at all the equipment, I've laid out a lot of it there for you. And there's a lot more behind the equipment, little things you can do. So I'll just say that. So please come up afterwards.
All right. And sorry, questions? Yeah.
How far in advance should you schedule it? Is it a day? Is it?
Yeah, so I'll repeat the question. So the question is when we're planning on doing an activation, how far in advance do you do it? There's no specified time, really. The best time to do it is before you go. And sometimes, I've even done it where I say, I got to spot, schedule myself. So I've sometimes done it like just before I put the keys in the ignition and driven away. But, other times, we do it 2 or 3 days in advance. And oftentimes we don't decide to do an activation. We'll just get to chatting with each other and say, well, the weather's looking good tomorrow. Let's go. And so that's what we do. So.
And there's no special approval short of knowing the rules of the particular park.
Right.
There's no other permission that you need to get from anybody as far as activating.
We've developed a philosophy of begging for forgiveness rather than to ask for permission. And I've actually found that, if we've seen a guy and, we kind of wave at him, he looks at us and then he comes over and he says, well, what are you guys up to? It's just better to act normally and, not call attention to yourself. And then if they come by, of course, we're very cordial and very friendly and work with them. But I think we've learned that we kind of let the sleeping dog lie. We don't poke the bear, whatever the right simile is. And we don't really have a lot of trouble. We've done a lot of activations now, and it's really rare. We only had trouble with that one guy, and he makes a nice story to tell. So he really was a classic. Yeah. So
thanks.
And
I'm a geocacher. I understand muggles.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So other questions?
Thanks.
Anything from the chat at all? Any? No. Okay. All right. One more time. Any last questions? Yeah.
What's the one mistake that POTA wannabes are likely to make that you can help us avoid? If we've never done it before, what's the one thing that we shouldn't do that'll get in our way?
The thing that really is irritating is when you get out to the park and you don't have the power cord to connect your radio to the battery. Okay. So that is really irritating. So that's one thing I've done that I don't like very much.
Yeah. Same along those lines is it's worthwhile. And I've done this, and I think Leon has too. When you get all your gear assembled, set it up at home and plug it in and turn it on and operate, make a few QSOs, make sure it all works. Because we've both had that experience.
Yeah. So, and it's all about good preparation. Planning ahead is it makes sure you got all your gear with you. And again, that's another good reason to have a buddy. Is if you have a buddy, you say, "Oh, I forgot my power cord." You got one, and it's that really helps. Yeah. Yes, sir.
And one thing to add to what y'all were talking about having your equipment ready, is take a picture of it. That way, take a picture of it, print it off as big as you can. That way, when you're packing and when you're getting ready to leave the campground or wherever you're at, that you've got all your stuff.
Yeah, actually, and that's a really great point. So I would you've reminded me, Another thing that I have done is I was on my trip to Michigan and I left my, one of my homebrew winders. I must have dropped it off the table. And so when I got to the next park, I was digging around, where's my antenna? I lost it. So, you do, and that's a great suggestion, is to make sure, you look around and pick it up. So either not bringing something with you or leaving something behind in the park. I mean, I've done both of those things. So. All right, anything else? Just go do it. It's a lot of fun. So thank you for your attention this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Leon and Mike. It was inspirational. You've hopefully given us all the confidence and the juice to get off of our broadening ducks, get out into the woods and have some fun. So thank you guys very, very much. Rejoin us at 1 o'clock, at 2 o'clock. An important part of amateur radio is serving our community, especially when conditions are trying and emergency communications are needed. We're going to talk about emergency communications in Virginia at 2 o'clock. So come back at 2 and we're going to teach you something you didn't know, and you'll be smarter for it and better prepared to support your community. So see you at 2.
That's you. Who's that crazy looking guy?
Do we need to, Jessica, how do we share this screen? Just give it a second.
What? Is that up there? It's not up there. No, Brendan's not presenting.
Oh, there we have it. Perfect.
He's not presenting.
No, it's all you.
It's all me. Say again. He has no morals. Oh.
May I?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us for our next presentation. One of the pillars of amateur radio operations is our ability to support our communities in time of need. This is well understood, well recognized. ARRL says it's part of our job. FCC says it's part of our job, and it's a job that the vast majority of hams are more than willing to step up and make a contribution to their communities when it's needed. One thing that we need to pull that job off is information. The right time to learn that is before you got a crisis in your hands. And if there's one thing we've heard today multiple times, it's we're successful when we communicate. So this session is all about sharing best practices, sharing expectations, and learning how to do what we need to do when it's important that this stuff gets done. So I'm thrilled that Jack Smith, who's our new AARL emergency coordinator, section manager, right, is going to lead us through what we ought to know about being better at emergency comms. Brendan O'Neill, who was scheduled to be here, is unfortunately under the weather. Brendan, if you're watching, we wish you well, recover, and we're poorer for your absence, but we'll make do. Jack, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So one of the things I hear a lot from the field is that emergency managers and our partner agencies don't take us seriously. Have any of you thought that? Well, you know, but the sad part is that is true. You know, some of them don't, some do. It depends on where you're at. Some of our ARRL groups are very involved with their emergency manager and very professional, and then others are vaguely aware of each other's existence. And then there's everything in between. So the one thing that the successful ones have is a very well put together program where they're following the guidance and they're working as they should to the standards of the National Incident Management System, Incident Command System, and the National Response Framework. Once you understand all those components and you put them together, everything works. Now, you heard, for those of you that were up here earlier, where I mentioned that talking about with the Vienna Wireless, and they have their silent key program. Other clubs, can benefit from that knowledge. But how do they get that knowledge? Well, I mean, they have to hunt it down. Now, the other thing is how do we show that information, whatever it be, whether it be our operations plans, et cetera, to our served agencies? Basically, if I know you've heard the phrase, if you didn't take a picture, it didn't happen, for going on a vacation or whatever. What's the same thing? If you don't have an emergency operations plan that you can show your served agencies and your partner agencies ahead of time, then you're not prepared in their eyes. Then there's also what I was talking about earlier about the continuity plan. If something happens to you, where's that information at? You know, a lot of us have, you know, a 3-ring binder or whatever, which is great, but that's not exactly portable, especially when you consider how low density we are. And what I mean by that is there might be 10 or 20 miles between one ARRL member in a county and the next one. So that information is not readily available. So we're going to talk about that a little bit as well. So in the military, and of course in other institutions, the Media Wiki platform is used a lot for knowledge sharing and knowledge management. And that's what this is. This is based off the exact same software that Wikipedia is based off of, that MillWiki is based off of, that Intellipedia is based off of. And it allows us to be able to share information and share best practices. Or as I like to put it, we get to plagiarize each other out in the open. Yeah. So if you write a good emergency operations plan, post it, get it out here so that other counties can look at that and see what's going on. And we'll talk about that here as I go through. So I stood this program up actually about 9 months ago, but I only put it public on January 1st. And what it is it's exactly that. It's a knowledge sharing program. It allows all EMCOMM organizations, and that includes all amateur radio clubs, because Part 97, 1 Alpha says the primary purpose of amateur radio is to provide a resource for emergency communications. So that's every licensed amateur radio operator is by definition and by regulation a backup to EMCOMM. So that's you. Whether you look at it that way or not, that's you. And how to contribute is, well, you go on here and you contribute. You find where you belong and you add your information. This is not a system set up for communications. The hamcommunity.com group, I believe they had a table downstairs today. I think they were originally supposed to have one. I didn't see them. But anyhow, hamcommunity.com has a very excellent forum system where you can communicate and do all your background planning. This is for your documentation side and for your collaboration. And as it says here, what it is not, it's not a replacement for your existing websites. So if you're a club, or like the VDF has a very excellent website, that's your public facing page, so to speak. You know, that's your pretty face. You know, this is your work clothes. And I'm just going to kind of go through this opening page a little bit and show you some of the resources that are already here. So there's the U.S. states, tribes, and territories. And as you'll see in a second, there's only 2 in there right now. And for those of you that are familiar with the Media Wiki platform, a red link means it doesn't exist yet. So as you can see, New Mexico and Virginia are the only 2 that exist in here yet. All of the national government references, easy links to them. And the good thing about this is that this goes to their website, to the source material. This isn't something outdated that is stagnant and will be copied over and over. Anybody in here are familiar with CPG 1-15? That's the Comprehensive Planning Guide 1-15. It talks about races. It's dated 1991, and I see that if you just do a search for it on the outer web, CPG 1-15, that thing comes up as reference documents all over the place. That document was rescinded in 1996. So if you try to go to a rescinded document on this, it's going to that agency's webpage. It's going to tell you that document doesn't exist, and it will probably forward you to the right place. So all your different documents and planning guides are in here. Mars, Air Force Mars, CISA AUXCOMM program, the National Emergency Communications Plan, all the FEMA stuff. And it's all right here, easy to get to. So it's one-stop shopping is the easy way to look at it. Oh yeah, and to show you something else too real quick. As you're moving around the page, oops, sorry. As you're moving around the page at the very top, and I'll show you that here in a second. Is a breadcrumb trail. So as you're digging down, if you forget where you're at, and you want to go back and look at something else, you've got that breadcrumb trail up at the top where you can go right back to what you were looking at before. Situational awareness tools. Some of you already know this, but I'll mention that I work for an agency of the federal government that does emergency management. You can probably figure out who that is. And in my job, I use a lot of situational awareness planning tools because it's good to know what's going on around you, what airports are open, what roads are available, where places are flooded, what communications are out there. So all these tools are here in one location for you. And I know I've talked to some different folks in the state and some of the different counties, and they're already using this because it's all in one location. It's all being kept up by somebody else in one location. So instead of having to have 50 different websites saved on their phone, they save this one page, and now they have all those situational awareness planning tools. Your non-governmental tools, the IARU, ARRL, ARRL, National Traffic System, the John Peterson's not here, but the AUXCOMM Brotherhood page, Rat Pack. Anybody familiar with the Rat Pack site? The Rat Pack group, I can't remember exactly what it stands for, but anyway, they conduct twice a week YouTube, Zoom seminars that are training on a variety of topics. And they archive them and they say, well, you can go to them from this site, and they are extremely useful. About 2 weeks ago, they did one on the Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program. That was a very, very excellent presentation, and I highly recommend it. And the operating tips and best practices. So I'm just kind of skipping around a little bit in here. And again, so here is your exercise toolkit. And remember what I was saying about when we're doing things, we need to do them to the standard. And that's because just like with Morse code, there's only one Morse code that we use. But historically, there have been 5 or 6. So can you imagine if each one of us decided that when we got on the air, we used something different? The chaos that would cause. So the reason why we have a standard in the way that planning documents and exercises are put together is so that when we're working with our served agencies like the VDF, like the Red Cross, Salvation Army, the Baptist, well, they used to be called the Baptist Men's Group. I can't remember what they're called now. But when we're working with them, they all use that same design for their operations planning and for their exercise planning. And that way, when we get together, everything is all in one system. Resource typing. Anybody familiar with resource typing in here? In the fire service, for example, resource typing is a type 1 tanker truck defines that it has a certain amount of water capacity, that it has a certain amount of terrain capacity, not that it's a certain brand. We tend to get into that a lot with amateur radio. You know, we'll talk about, you know, what's in your Go kit? And then somebody will rattle off, you know, I've got a Kenwood this, and I've got a Signal Link that, and I've got a this, that, and the other. Okay, but what does it do? You know, you haven't told anybody what it does. And what resource typing does is it does that. It concentrates on the function, what that piece of equipment can do, not what brand it is or anything. It concentrates on what capability you're going to be bringing to the table. There are 2 exercise toolkits in here. There's one that I call the graduate level, which is the FEMA one. And there's another one in here, which is the San Francisco Department, was it San Francisco Department of Emergency Management? They have a very good, like a Cliff Notes version, where it walks you through how to build an exercise. It's templates. Your email practice, your different email stuff, sample emergency operations plans. ARRS MAT. Anybody hear of ARRS MAT? Okay. The ARRS MAT program, which doesn't really exist here in Virginia yet, is a mutual assistance team. Fire departments, police departments, hospitals all have mutual assistance agreements, where if they need something, they can call out to somebody else. But there's two parts to that. One of which is you have to have a plan, and the other is the resource typing. So those two go hand in hand. And the ARRS MAT is putting together those teams and those plans and those resource typing, tying it all together into one package, so that if your county is affected in a flood or a hurricane or something, and you're tapped out, because, you know, like Wayne lives on the coast. So in a storm surge, his ARRS members aren't going to be able to really do much. They're too busy worried about getting their saving their families. So he's going to need somebody to come in and help them. So this enables them to be able to develop those plans and those procedures so they can do that. I'm going to skip down to Virginia now because, well, Virginia is pretty well built out. Has a lot of the same things, but at a Virginia specific level. There's a Virginia specific situational awareness tools page because it has the VDOT 511 information and some other information in there that's specific to Virginia. And then there are also our independent counties and our districts, all of those in here. And let's just go to counties in Virginia. So these are the counties that have been populated so far. And I'm going to this one because, well, that's where I live. So again, it has all of your key information in there, who your EC is, who your county emergency manager is, even what weather service office is used by your area. Information on the amateur radio nets, clubs, other information, and previous events. Jessica, you were talking about the maps. So it has, yes, there are maps in here. And let's just say that you're doing a bicycle event or something. You can have the map in there so that your members that are participating in that can have that map. Or the incident action plan. Now, this is a very good incident action plan. The only thing I don't like about it, and if Steve is watching, I apologize, is he hand wrote it. So it doesn't share very well in this. But let's see, trying to navigate in this. It's not a. So an entire example incident action plan is in here with the ICS 205, the 201. Why is my up and down arrow buttons not working here? And again, this enables you to be able to go find something that somebody else has already done and done to standard and just copy that and use that as a template. There's your ICS 201 again. Your 205, your 205 alpha. your medical plan, all that stuff is already in there. So you don't have to recreate, well, I mean, you have to create your own, of course, because you're not doing Greene County, but you get the idea. You already know all the documents that are going in that need to be in there, and you can take those and run with it. They did the same thing for an Oktoberfest. And this is something that comes in handy, by the way, is I know we hear people all the time talking about the different antenna ordinances and stuff. Put a link in there, look it up, find it, put it in there so people have that. Your different volunteer organizations that already have contact information in there, that needs to be in there. And I'll show you something else in a second too, when I get to another one that's a little bit better put together. And okay, so here is Region 3, Aries District 3, and their ICS 205, it's not completed yet. And here is their district operations plan. Every Aries district is supposed to have an emergency operations plan. And every county and independent city is supposed to have one as well. Now, realistically, I know that we can't all write one. You know, not all of us have the training or the time to do that. But again, you can literally cut and paste this over and change the names. In this case, change District 3 to District 4 and make a couple of other minor changes, you know, such as who the district emergency coordinator is, the phone numbers, and you have one. And this is built to the national standard. It has all the information in it, has all the context in it, purpose, all the guidance. There are some components missing because it's still under development. This is the first one at the district level. But everything is there. And again, it enables everybody to be able to share that information without having to write it. Somebody else has already written this for you. All you've got to do is just, you know, literally cut and paste it over. One question I've had is, how do we make sure that people don't go in there and just muck it up? Okay. There's two answers to that. One is, anytime somebody signs up, the administrators see who signed up. You have to be registered, and you have to either register using your call sign or reply back in an email that you've used your call sign, you know, something else in there. Like if, let's just say that General Carliti was not signing up under his call sign, but he was signing up just to, you know, as BG Carliti. And he didn't want it to be directly as the amateur radio person, you know, because legally speaking, they're two different people. Yeah, but he wants it to be the VDF person. I'm sorry? Oh, so he wants it to be the VDF person. So in there, he put in there in his user colon, whatever page, that information so that I would know who it was, or one of the other administrators would know who it was, and we would then give him edit permission. The next, if anybody goes in the edits, you can see exactly what they changed, when they changed it, and you can do a side-by-side comparison. And that way you can see what was changed and see if it's a legitimate change or if it's just somebody in there doing malicious editing. If it's malicious editing, you can roll it right back. And if it's really malicious editing, that user can be blocked. And they, you know, they won't have access again. I operate under the assumption that everybody's honest until you prove to me that you're not. So the big thing in this is that everything is here and everything is available at each level. So let's just take Fairfax County. So I could do that one of two ways. I could either go back to Virginia or I could just look for Fairfax County. In this case, I'm going to Fairfax. I'm just going to search for Fairfax County. And as you can see, Fairfax County is pretty well built out. Doesn't have an EOP in there yet, but I know it's being worked on. And again, you can add that information in there, or he can just plagiarize somebody else's information and put it over and build that very quickly. And the other thing is that when we're going to talk to our served agencies, they want to see this stuff. They want to see that we've been doing things. They want to see what our historical stuff is that we've done. Down in Virginia Beach, they just did the marathon. But you need to be able to show that you've done that kind of stuff. And let me give you one example that kind of irritates me a little bit. I'll be honest with you. Does anybody know what the value, and there's actually a value assigned for an hour of emergency training for an ARRL operator? No, it's not that good. It's not that generous. It's $28.54 for each hour of training. Now that means whether you're doing an ARRL net and you're training and you're documenting that on your monthly report, or say your ARRL members are going and they're doing their I call it your background training, your FEMA training, and they're doing that. Those hours count. And they should get turned in on your report that goes up. Now, last month, does anybody have any idea what the value that we reported back to our national body for amateur radio? Zero. Zero. Think about that for a second. Now, we all know that that's not correct, okay? But remember what I said about if you didn't take a picture, it didn't happen? If you didn't do a monthly report and you didn't document that, then you got zero training. Completing this is training, okay? If you're doing, if you've got your team working on building your emergency operations plan, that's training. Those are hours that can then be counted and go forward and go up, and so you get two values out of those. You get the value of having your emergency operations plan, of course. Well, actually, you get multiple values out of it. You get the value of your team members having learned how to work on those emergency operations plan. And you get the value of being able to show that to our served agencies and back to our national governing body. Because when everybody complains about stuff about, well, like the HOAs or the repeaters, in the Forest Service, the first thing they do is, well, we're an emergency communications organization. In February, you weren't, because you showed no value. You showed you did nothing. So this enables you to be able to do those things and to demonstrate them and to get your members involved in doing that. Because the one thing that everybody wants to do is they want to be able to contribute. They want to be able to see the value. And I'm going to give you it's a chicken and the egg thing. If we don't show our served agencies value, then are they going to ask us to do something? No, they're not. But here's, like I said, here's the chicken and the egg thing. If they don't ask us to do something, are our members going to want to be involved? No, because we're not doing anything. So you've got to do it in little steps. Every little step is a step forward. I've been talking to some of our BOADs, and some of our partners. I've been talking to the warrant officer for the Virginia Defense Force. I've been talking to the Red Cross and many others and been showing them this information, and they're all going, we need more. We need more. We need more people. We need more of that. And what does that do then? So now we can go back to our members and say, hey, they want us to do things. I'm going to talk, I'm going to see, I'm kind of combining two talks into one because this is my morning talk too. So we're providing them resources that they need, and they see that they need those resources and that we can do those things in a professional manner. One of the things that some of our served agencies told me this week on some conference calls is that they see a need in messaging. And the old national traffic system and the ARRL radiograms during the floods in the southwest section of Virginia this year, they said they needed that because they did not have communications in and out of the area for those survivors to be able to communicate back with their families to let them know where things were. We weren't able to provide that because everybody had forgotten how to do it. What was this morning where Bill Moran and John Boehner were talking, and I think Don too, and all the rest of them were talking about the rusty hams. Well, we've forgotten how to do those basic things. So we need to start doing those basic things again and getting those back into plans and exercising those plans and doing those cooperative exercises. There's a cooperative exercise in here I'm not allowed to show you right now, but it has a map in it where it shows all the different agencies that are working together on this one exercise. There's the exercise plan in there. There's the different phase lines that are being met. And it's the state and some county emergency management agencies that are working together with the amateur radio community to develop this so that we can then broaden that out to a larger target audience. And to date, of the emergency management groups that have seen that and the partner agencies that have seen that plan, we've gotten 100% approval and involvement. So again, if we show them that we can do these things professionally and document it and go forward and then show that we're learning from it, because we've got our mistakes in there. Yeah, in that exercise plan, every time we run a test, something goes wrong. Thank God. Yeah, and we document what went wrong. And then what's the next thing we do? We fix it, and then we do it again. And they can see how that progression is going in a professional, documented manner. And they understand that that can go forward to other exercises and other events. Like I said, the bicycle events. Once you've done one and you've done it very well, document it. When you're doing something with it and it went wrong, and that one, by the way, the after action report for the 2021 Tour de Green, there was a problem. It was documented, and it's in the after action report, and it's on the website. Shows what went wrong in the 2022 plan. It'll be addressed. Yeah, but if you don't document your plan, exercise your plan, and then at the end of it review your plan, you're just redoing things, and we're doing a lot of that. We're all talking in isolation. We're not talking to each other, and what this does, this allows us to be able to do that. There's a couple of quick things, and this is, so like I said, I've got some other stuff that trying to bounce around a little bit and talk about several things because I'm also trying to cover a little bit of my section stuff. One thing that we had in the past is nobody knew what anybody in the section was doing. Yeah, and what I mean by that is you didn't know what the section manager was doing. You didn't know what the SEC was doing. If you had a question or a comment or an obscene gesture, it didn't go anywhere. So here on the Virginia page are our Virginia operations plan, memorandum of understanding. Wayne, ignore that Aries map. That's the old one. And the Virginia section manager's working page. Okay, this is where you get to pick on me. Has my calendar in here so you know exactly what I'm doing, what I'm going to be doing, so you can see that I am working for you and the task that I'm working on. So if you ask me something that needs to be worked on at my level, it's going to go on here. And you'll be able to see it, and everyone will be able to see it. And, so like where I talked with the Virginia Defense Force comms guy, that's in there. What happened during that conversation, that's all in there. So anytime something comes up, if it's section level related and it's not something private, if it's something that's sensitive, in a personal manner, it's not going to go on there. Yeah, I mean, I'll figure out some way to record it so that it goes up there. But don't worry, I'm not going to mention anything about somebody's health issues or something like that. That's not going to be done, but it will be up there. And then once all the appointees get verified here in the next few weeks, there will be an ICS form 207. Does everyone know what 207 is? That's the organization chart. There'll be an ICS form 207 on there that will have the organization of the ARRL Virginia or the ARRL section in Virginia. It'll have the public information officer in there, our local liaisons. Everyone will be in there and exactly what their tasks are. And the same thing, if there's something that's assigned to one of those, it will be on there. So everyone will know what's going on and we'll be able to keep those things up. Now, that is not intended to make somebody look bad. For those of you who are here in the morning, I don't know if you remember me saying that there are two things that we all have in our position descriptions if we're an appointee. One of them is we have our requirements. That's the things that we directly have to do. And then there are the responsibilities, the things that we're responsible to make sure happens. So General Carliti is responsible to make sure that all his vehicles work properly. Do you think he goes out and works on those vehicles? Nah. But his name's on the signature block that is being done. So this is the same thing. He has people that he's delegated that to make sure it happens. And I encourage everyone to delegate that stuff out to people. Rotate that out. Have somebody else develop that 205. And then every quarter, have another person in your ARRL group review that 205 and update it. And that way, everybody learns what everybody needs to be doing. And in the event that, there's in the emergency management world, we refer to it as a very bad day. If there's a very bad day that involves you, then the next person can pick that up. And I'm going to, very quickly, I'm going to back up and I'm going to show you something else too. Because I'm trying to cover a whole lot of stuff and not enough time. So if it's an older document, it's probably just been imported as a PDF file like this. So you can always take that PDF file and download it and print it. But if it's one of the more recent documents, let me go back to District 3. Now, I know nobody's going to be carrying a laptop around with them on every disaster, okay? There's this magic little button over here on the side, printable version. And it creates a nice, pretty printable version that you can print out and give each one of your team members periodically. or anytime you see a major update. Oh, that reminds me, I just thought of something else. So anytime there's an update on there, they can print that out and they can have a nice, neatly formatted, whatever plan it is that they can carry with them. Now, some people go, well, you know, I'm not going to be putting stuff on there, so I don't need to sign up for it. Okay, I mean, fair enough. But do you like to know what's going on in your section, in your county, or with a district page? Then sign up and click the little blue star. And what that'll do is every time somebody goes in there and edits that page, you'll get an email back that somebody went in there and edited that page, and you'll see what that update is. And if it's a significant update, you may want to reprint that document and have it available for in the future. Or if it's just a minor update, you might want to just take a ballpoint pen and make the change, you know, because sometimes it'll be something as simple as a phone number. And I guess that's really pretty much it, because this is a kind of a Cliff Notes version of three presentations that I'm jamming in here. And anybody have any questions or comments? Things they'd like to see? Because I can add stuff to it, you know, that makes it more useful to you. That's it.
Jack Smith, you are going to be a force for good, and we're all benefiting from what you're doing. So thank you so much for bringing all this online. A few takeaways: every one of us in here can make a contribution to this wonderful new resource. 2, we're free to plagiarize it. In school, you were penalized for plagiarism. In the business world, you're rewarded for it. So go to this wiki and use the daylights out of it. It's all for the good. To everybody here, thank you all so much. On behalf of Vienna Wireless Society, I'm thrilled you came here. On behalf of ARRL, we're also thrilled you're here. To everybody online and Zoom and YouTube, we're thrilled you joined us. So thank you all very much. Stay safe, stay productive, and thank you.